I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. All of my
shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Ashley.
Zoe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Ashley.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I saw Chuchi today. Good evening, Chuchi. Thank you so much. And thank you for all your hard work too behind the scenes, guys. Chuchi's awesome. Also, Kiki, thank you for being here. So glad you're here. Also, Kelly Holcomb. Good to see you, Kelly Holcomb. And thanks, Chuchi, for the blue hearts. Thank you, Town Chat Cafe, for being here. So good to see you. I'm glad you are still a member, Town Chat. And guys, no worries. I just want to say really quickly that the Pig Fest was something that I was not planning on doing. But I do want to go there and support Seth because they don't want his son's missing flyers posted. And I have a major issue with that, right? Because that's what we do. When there's someone missing, we post their flyer, we try to help, we spread the word, right? Because that's the human, right? Human thing to do. So I, with my broke ass, would like to go to Pigfest. And I appreciate everyone who has given to help out. Also, I put the links in the chat. You are not obligated, guys. If you have bills, if you guys have kids, if you have grandkids, if somebody's birthday is coming up, we got Christmas coming up, please do not put yourselves out. Do not feel like you have to. And the cool thing about the drawing that I'm going to do when I go there is that you don't have to like have helped get me there to win. So that's the cool thing, and it's completely random. I'm going to pick a number before the show. We're going to um, give away a T-shirt and some swag, some Sebastian swag. I can't believe we say missing person swag, but that's what it's going to be. And hopefully I can get a couple of bracelets. I'm also going to make ribbons. I showed you guys the ribbon last night that I got. So it should be a really great awareness that we're doing. Hey, Denise, so good to see you. Good evening. And hey, good evening to you, Tina. Thank you so much for being here. Also, Jessica, thank you for being here, Jessica. It's good to see you. I see, I see AJ is going to be on break, so that's awesome. You'll have a whole week, um, spend time together. That's cool. And Denise says, smothered chicken was delicious. Oh my gosh, Denise, that did sound so good. Every time you tell us what you're making, it always sounds really, really good. Um, so let's see, who else do we have tonight? I read a little bit before. Yeah, Denise, you're looking for a hotel for Pigfest. Like I said, try to see if you could get a good rate. Like, and I always say the third party reservations are terrible, and that's just because I used to work at hotels, so I understand. That's right, that's right, and I did see you too, Denise. I saw that you're making your sign. That's a good thing. We have the right to exercise our rights, don't we? Shadow, good to see you. Twist and turn, so good to see you. Denise says I'm making signs, Sheriff Snug Strugs. I call him Snug Strug. Why haven't you been looking for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, right? I need to make one that says, yeah, he's not in your office. Oh, that's so I'm such an ornery little shit when I want to be. Cece says, I hope we can all plan to meet up for Pigfest. Going to have to get my Sebastian shirt. Yes, ma'am. I'm so excited. I don't want to say anything on a meetup or anything until, I get there and everything. And because I want to keep it safe. I want to keep it positive. I want to keep it about awareness. And so I don't want to, um, no show all my cards, but you guys have my email. So whoever is going, maybe we can coordinate something. Because I definitely want to know more about the area before we get down there in terms of spreading awareness, different points, public areas where we can pass out flyers. Um, I think that's, and I mean, it's going to be exhausting. Nate said, "Oh, are you going on a vacation?" And I said, "Well, not necessarily. Um, I'm going to be probably dog ass tired by the time I get there. Um, and then passing out the flyers and spreading awareness, it's a lot. But hey, it sounds like fun. I think it sounds like a lot of fun. I'm excited. But of course, you guys know I have mixed emotions on it. Hey, Nancy Fleming, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Shadow, so good to see you. And thank you, GA64, for all the great hearts. Um, yeah, I will always believe stepbrother killed Devlin money. Well, and that's, I don't know. I don't know. Um, I think there's some guilty knowledge, but I want to show you guys some clips of Sabrina. Sabrina's not being honest. She's just not being honest, right? What really happened that day? Um, what was going on? Because there's a lot of holes in the timeline in the story, and I made a video about it, playing what was said to begin with, right? Because when you're fresh on the scanner, right, that means you're calling in to whatever dispatch, and they're talking to you. So she said some things then, and then there was a couple interviews that I included here. One was the 13 on your side. Um, excuse me, let me start over. April 30th, we have two interviews, right? One with 8 Wood TV, and then another one, and I put them in order. And then I also added in the May 1st, 13 on your side, and the May 30th. And I'm sorry, I just wrote down yellow shirt. Um, so yeah, that's real accurate, my notes. But I was trying to kind of piece the video together, but I did put everything in order for us to see. And then there was some contradictions in the timeline, and that's the issue. That is always a huge issue. And that's always the first thing we should look for is how did things go that day? And if we can't find things that are going on, you might have to go like a day before, a couple days before. You might even have to go into the history, right? And see what was happening at that time. And we've been doing that too lately. All of us have that have been researching. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hey, Orman, good to see you. Yeah, yeah, you're welcome, Orman. Yeah, thank you for so much for everything. I mean, I can't do it without good info. Otherwise, it's just like all allegedly, in my opinion. And I don't like to only do that because even though I like being able to talk and say how I feel and stuff, it's not the same as having like proof, that's so important. Hey, Joe Neal, good to see you. Joe says Pigfest sounds like unhealthy food and people. Oh Lord, Joe, I know. That's that's my mixed feelings. Maybe that, you pretty much summed it up for me there. I'm not a big fan of like pork, like pulled pork and stuff. I mean, I like it, but I don't know. Um, no, I wouldn't. You won't have to go in there alone. Yeah, you won't have to go in there alone, Cece. We'll all figure it out. And definitely reach out to me in the email. I've been trying to get my emails down too, because I mean, here lately they've been blowing up, which is a good thing. Deep fried butter, I can't. No, I won't do that. Oh no. No, because I don't feel like, Hey, Christmas Swan, good to see you. I like your Christmas swan. That's cute. Christmas is coming, guys. I tried to get a flower pot, and I'm in Florida, so I could not. I just had to get a giant pumpkin and put the plant in there. As you guys could see it on my community wall if you go there. The plant didn't do so hot in it though. Um, it's not doing so great. I need to get an actual big pot for it. Um, Denise, you like that? You like the fried butter? I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff. I don't know. We'll see. I know it's probably like carnival food and stuff, but I'm hoping maybe they have like a good food truck there with something, I don't know. I'm sure they have all kinds of different things. It sounds like a big food festival. And then also they have music, and things like that. So yeah, pork shoulder is, and that's the thing. I like carnitas and stuff every now and then too, because I'm Hispanic too, Chuchi. I'm half. So yeah, I enjoy it, but it's like, um, so Denise says, I've never done deep fried butter, me neither, but I've heard of it and I've seen it on TV, like where the news goes there, I mean, I'm sure it's probably not half bad if it's just like bread and butter, but I don't know. Um, that's very cool, Christmas Swan. So tonight, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up and in. And guys, don't get too personal in the chat, please. We all know how YouTube can be like, it can be kind of, and don't contact anybody. Don't contact Sabrina. Don't harass her or anything. Look, all I'm trying to do here is show you guys how things are going in this case and why Devlin might not have been found yet, right after 5 months. something is not right with this whole thing, right? Because Devlin would have called. Devlin didn't have any money. Devlin uh, really enjoyed the people that were around him, even if they were not so nice to him, right? In my opinion, he still loved his family and he wouldn't have just left. And, with that being said, I also want to show you guys why I don't believe what's going on and what people are telling me because I'm finding a lot of inconsistencies. So here we go. I'm gonna pull this in just to bear with me. And because I just posted it. All right, so here we go. I just have an ad here. I don't pay for YouTube Premium, guys, so if I catch an ad, I apologize. Don't get too angry with me. It shouldn't be too bad. All right, here we go. Pig production, Joe. I didn't even think about pig production until you brought that up. It's an abomination, you say? Goodness sakes. Well, I don't have an issue with it. I'm just like, I don't know. There's other meat that I like. I'm a meat eater. I'm not saying I don't eat meat, but okay, so here we go. Were you guys able to hear that? Because for some reason I wasn't able to hear that. So hopefully I'm gonna start it over. My apologies. I wasn't able to hear it, and I think I had it on mute.
3416, copy your call.
Good.
It's going to be 1855 Oak Ridge Drive, cross of Walnut Lane. Caller is Sabrina Cook. She called to report her nephew missing. She said he normally goes and walks around Lake Odessa during the day, but is normally home around 7 o'clock. He hasn't been seen since 7 o'clock this morning. Was last heard from around 8:15. Lake Odessa. The Lake Odessa officer is aware and is looking around the village.
Anything like this would happen.
A family in Lake Odessa looking for answers tonight after their loved one disappeared. Devlin Tait, an 18-year-old with special needs, was last seen on April 21st in Lake Odessa. Now, 8 days later, he has yet to be found. News 10's Amaya Kuznicki sat down with his family tonight. She joins us now live in studio with details.
And Devlin Tait was last seen wearing a black zip-up hoodie, t-shirt, blue jeans, and cowboy boots. He's just shy of 19, but his family said he is much younger mentally. They're asking anyone with information to come forward to help bring him back home.
Even I break.
Oh, I know. I've broke quite a few times.
Something that can't be helped.
It's something Tamara Host and Sabrina Cook say they never thought would happen in their small community of Lake Odessa.
It's heartbreaking, not knowing where he's at or how he is.
On April 21st, their loved one, Devlin Tait, vanished.
It's just important for us to find him because we love him. And it's not like him to be gone for so long.
He was last seen at Carl's supermarket, and ever since his disappearance, the family has been working hand in hand with law enforcement and have even taken to social media in search of answers, hoping someone comes forward with information. They've even conducted search parties.
I'm not gonna stop looking. I'm not gonna give up because it's not who I am, for one, and for two, I have a strong devotion to my nephew.
Devlin may be just shy of 19 years old, but his family says he's much younger mentally. He's diagnosed with cerebral palsy, ADHD, Tourette's, and fetal alcohol syndrome, and is without his vital medication.
Oh, thank you for letting me know. I'm sorry, I muted. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. I was just going up there. Okay, so what I said was, um, Google it, y'all. This is for those of you because I know a lot of you are here, listening about Devlin's case, but for a lot of you who do not know about Sebastian's case, that's kind of his mom's catchphrase, right? She said it before. It's one of her catchphrases. So it's Google it, y'all, so that's Katie Proudfoot. So what I did here is every single time I see a bunch of diagnoses, like one on top of the other, one on top of the other. I pause, right? Because I lived for a long time in Springfield, Missouri, and another high profile case that we know about in the true crime world is Gypsy Rose Blanchard, and she was said to have had all kinds of different ailments and all and even down to a chromosome deletion. She was said to have had all of these different problems, and her mother kept her in a wheelchair, right? And she was scamming with her mom. It's a huge high profile case. Well, anytime that I see multiple diagnoses in a case, I pause and I say, okay, what's wrong here? There's something weird, right? Because we have this chromosome deletion, autism, cerebral palsy, Tourette's, ADHD, fetal alcohol syndrome, blah, 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 right? All of this crap associated with Devlin. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. This is way too much, right? So let's look at it. So what I did was I Googled it, y'all, and I put in what's the probability that one would have all of these different uh, ailments or diseases or whatever you want to call it, um, complications, but either way, these diagnoses. So what I've done here is I Googled that and it said it is not possible to calculate precise probability for a single individual to have all five conditions, right? So we don't really know. It's too hard to calculate it. Even the computer was stumped. And so, um, hey, Detroit Rock City. And so it can't really tell me that, but it did give me a longer explanation. So it's saying chromosome deletion, autism, cerebral palsy, Tourette syndrome, and fetal alcohol syndrome. Each of these conditions is complex, and their causes are largely independent of one another. The probability of one person having all five is exceptionally low, representing a series of extremely rare and largely unrelated events, right? And so, with that being said, it went into more depth in the article, right? In the Google search that I did. And basically what it's saying is that these are largely independent of one another. Like the chromosome deletion, for instance, is hereditary. And so that's a completely different set of circumstances to say, fetal alcohol syndrome, right? So either way, what I'm finding is that Devlin has a lot of different ailments, so to speak, or a lot of different things that have been told to the doctors that he has, right, over the years. And I always find that to be very curious. And I also find it very curious how a judge in Michigan actually deemed this child, this young man, capable of taking care of himself completely and fully. That's going to come into play later. So I'm going to back it up a little bit, and I'm sorry for the time that I was talking and I didn't know my mic was muted. So just bear with me on this. Okay. Whoop. So this is the proof I was sent, and here is, and this was sent over to me by Matt, right? This is Devlin's brother that sent me this in the email, and he sent this over to me the night that Jessica was on the panel, and he was saying that he has proof that Devlin has fetal alcohol syndrome. And I'm sorry, Jessica, to bring this up, and I know it's a very tough subject, and I don't want to keep harping on it, but I do want to show what they've sent to me and go over it with everyone, because this is not proof, in my opinion. This is just one of Devlin's referrals to a doctor. It says, "Thank you for the referral of your patient, Devlin Lee Tait, to Spectrum Health Medical Genetics. Devlin was seen on 11/20 of 2019. Chief complaint was that Devlin was a 13-year-old, 13 and a half-year-old male who presents for consultation at the Spectrum Health Medical Genetics Clinic on 11/20/2019 at the request of Dr. Roser. Devlin is accompanied by his adoptive parents, Sandy and Bill. History today was proved by his parents." Okay, that's the key. History today was provided by the parents. So if they provided all of this information that I'm about to read to you, that is not proof. That is what they provided. Thanks, Jess. I appreciate you. I'm sorry. Like I said, this is just, terrible that we're going over this. But I'm tired of it. And it shouldn't be the focus. So, and I want them to feel like I'm telling, just show what they sent me. So this history today is provided by his parents. No interpreter was required, right? So they can speak English, all that. Devlin presents today for an evaluation of his intellectual disabilities, ADHD, Tourette syndrome, autism spectrum disorder, and reported prenatal alcohol exposure. Devlin has a previous diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome. We are being asked to consider an underlying genetic disorder in addition to FAS diagnosis. Wow. So this person certified this document, right? So it is, it's legit. Okay, now in this portion, it says history of present concern. Devlin Lee Tait's current symptoms include the following. Devlin has a known exposure to drugs and alcohol during pregnancy. He also has intellectual disability, ADHD, Tourette syndrome, and autism spectrum disorder. Okay, I don't know what is wrong with these people that they keep doing this, right? But this is out of control. I've never seen someone go to a doctor and continuously tell them about over and over and over and over and over and over and over about something like this, unless they're trying to push the doctor to diagnose it or to push it through. In my opinion, this is ridiculous, right? So, in my opinion, this is ridiculous. And it doesn't prove anything besides that the parents gave the history. And there's also, this is only the first page of 7, by the way. So, there's more to it than this. Devlin's medical history was obtained and reviewed, past medical history, diagnosis, right? And that's just, this is just the starter. This is the beginning of the documentation for the appointment and the referral, right? Because they're trying to get to know Devlin because he was referred by another doctor. So this doesn't prove anything, in my opinion. Let's press on.
Somebody out there has to know something, and they're just not coming forward. I wish they would.
Every day that passes is another day the family is left wondering where he is and if he's safe, saying they won't stop until he's back at home where he belongs.
There's power in prayer. We got a lot of people praying.
The family is offering a $1,000 reward for finding Devlin. Right now, the Ionia County Sheriff's Office says there's no updates on the case, but they are accepting leads. If you know anything about where Devlin might be, contact local law enforcement. Ann?
All right, Amaya, thank you. The family is selling signs and T-shirts. They say profits will go toward what is now a $1,000 reward. For more information, visit our website.
Monday CRM has the best AI features in the game.
Especially in sales.
Hands down.
So for me, email comp.
A family in Lake Odessa is searching for answers tonight after their loved one vanished over a week ago. The county sheriff's office there says 18-year-old Devlin Tait went missing on April 21st. Devlin's family, they say they're holding out hope that he'll become home safe and unharmed.
He's never been gone this long.
It's been over a week since 18-year-old Devlin Tait went missing in Lake Odessa.
Just a lot of frustration not knowing where he's at, if he's okay or not.
With nothing but questions, Devlin's family say it's been a difficult 9 days, not knowing where he is or if he's safe.
I feel lost.
Yeah.
Frustrated that we don't have anything.
Devlin is a familiar face here in downtown Lake Odessa, where he would spend a lot of his time. His family says his last known location was at Carl's Market here downtown. That was back on April 21st, and he hasn't been seen since.
He bought some groceries while he was there, and there hasn't been any activity on his bridge card since.
Devlin's aunt Sabrina, describing April 21st as a normal day. She says she did not notice anything out of the ordinary with his behavior, making the disappearance even more confusing.
We never suspected anything. He's normally home by anywhere between 6 and 8 o'clock, and when he wasn't, I started calling him. Went straight to voicemail. And when 10 o'clock hit, when his curfew was he was supposed to be home, and he wasn't home, I came searching.
3416, copy your call.
Good.
It's going to be 1855 Oak Ridge Drive, cause of Walnut Lane. Caller is Sabrina Cook. She called to report her nephew missing. She said he normally goes and walks around Lake Odessa during the day, but is normally home around 7 o'clock. He hasn't been seen since 7 o'clock this morning. As I heard from around 8:15, Lake Odessa. The Lake Odessa officer is aware and is looking around the village, but if you could check the area as well.
Okay.
Also, be advised, the aunt had said that he's got a friend, Joni Sowers, who lives in a trailer park. There's a possible address for her in the notes as well.
Okay.
2232. 6436, your status?
Security.
Clearance suspending, 2232.
22 from Central. Go ahead. I ran her caller. She's got a couple of PR bonds out of Iron County. I'm close. 2232.
3416 from 395.
Good.
I can head over to 47 Mandy and check out that address, if that works with you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay.
2242.
I want to go check the address 47 Mandy. 47 Mandy no longer exists. I am going to go down to the auction barn and see if he's over there.
I'm clear, 2259.
From 3416.
Go ahead, sir.
Come on over to 6 Keisha Court in the back of the trailer park with me. I might have them located here.
Hey, sir.
You're clear, 2342.
Central 46-3.
46-3.
Back in.
2350. 16.
Can you try to call Devlin's phone number, please?
3416 from Central.
Good.
It's going straight to voicemail.
Okay, thanks.
353.
We never suspected anything. He's normally home by anywhere between 6 and 8 o'clock, and when he wasn't, I started calling him. Went straight to voicemail. And when 10 o'clock hit, when his curfew was he was supposed to be home, and he wasn't home, I came searching.
His family.
Okay, guys. So she came a searching, right? Why did Matt call Jessica, his mother, Devlin's mother, at 7:30 p.m.? Matt Tait, in my chat around 7:30, I got a hold of Jessica. Right here. There's his face. Right? He later said the phone pinged last at 11 p.m. Right? So there are inconsistencies in the timeline. All of a sudden now it's 6 o'clock, 6 to 8. Right? Or was it 7? Or was it 8? Or was it 9, 10, 11? Come on.
When his curfew was he was supposed to be home, and he wasn't home, I came searching.
His family says he's diagnosed with cerebral palsy, autism, Tourette's, and fetal alcohol syndrome, and is without his necessary medication. But their love and determination to bring him home has not stopped, turning to law enforcement, social media, and the community for help, holding out hope for a positive conclusion.
We're hoping and praying that anyone with any information at all that'll lead to his whereabouts will let us know, that they'll get a hold of us.
My gut hurts every time I think. I try not to think of every possibility that could be happening or that where he could be, and it makes my gut hurt.
In Lake Odessa, Adriana Doria, News 8.
New tonight, the family of a missing Lake Odessa teenager is hoping someone knows where he is. Devlin Tait was last seen April 21st on surveillance video at Carl's Market downtown.
Yeah, Devlin's family says his disappearance has been a complete shock, and they're hoping someone can help bring him home.
Heartbreaking and gut-wrenching.
That's how 18-year-old Devlin Tait's family describes the past week and a half.
Our family is going through a living hell that I wouldn't wish on nobody.
It was supposed to be just another Monday. Devlin, a routine walker, left home for a trip to the store, but this time he never returned.
I didn't think anything of it really until like 10 o'clock hit, and then I was like super worried, especially when I went to places and couldn't find him. Then my heart just sank.
Sabrina Cook says her nephew was last seen the morning of April.
Yeah, Tina, that's a great point. If his curfew was at 10 p.m., why freak out any time prior to, right? And she's changing it and saying, oh, it was at 6, it was at 8, it was at 7, all of this. And yeah, why are you, that's all prior to 10 o'clock, right? And she didn't report him till 10:30, right? And she said that she was out looking. So she was looking prior to 10 o'clock, prior to his curfew. Thank you, Tina.
21st on surveillance video at Carl's Market in downtown Lake Odessa. He's 6 feet tall, weighs 170 pounds, and was wearing a black sweatshirt, white t-shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots.
He's got a goofy personality, brown hair.
He's well known in the community. He frequents Buddies on the Beach, Carl's, Penny's Pizzeria, the laundromat.
Devlin is diagnosed with autism, cerebral.
Right, guys, but see, here's the thing, this is what we kind of look for in true crime, is these little things, these little nuances, like when Tamara says, the laundromat, right? The laundromat. She's listing off different places where Devlin would hang out. And we find out that he did go to Penny's Pizza, right? Penny's Pizzeria, because they would have a lunch buffet and they would give him leftovers, right? Which is really sweet. Shout out to Penny's Pizza. I heard he really liked to eat their pizza. I love pizza too. And you can't be from Chicago and not love pizza. And so he loved to go there, right? And then
Penny's Pizzeria, the laundromat.
The laundromat. Right? And she's not looking at the reporter. The laundromat. Devlin also turned in recyclables at Carl's. That's why he frequented Carl's, right? He also frequented the dumpsters at the Dollar General, which Tamara did say that later on a podcast. Right? So he's like going place to place just to try to make it. You see? It's sad. And then
Carl's, Penny's Pizzeria, the laundromat.
The laundromat.
Devlin is diagnosed with autism, cerebral palsy, Tourette's, and fetal alcohol syndrome. He's now been without his critical medication for over a week. His family is working closely with police, but with no solid leads. They're asking the public to check security cameras and report anything that could help. With his 19th birthday just weeks away, his family is holding on to hope that he'll soon be found.
Devlin's birthday's in 25 days, and I hope that he's home before then. We can only hope that he's still alive, that he's okay.
And if you have any information about Devlin, you're asked to contact the Ionia County Sheriff. Juliet.
Yeah.
After an accident, it can be devastating and you don't know where to turn. But at Viles and
Devlin, if you can hear this, we love you. We miss you. Just at least let us know that you're okay.
40 days without answers after a Lake Odessa teen vanished. The Ionia County Sheriff says 19-year-old Devlin Tait was last seen on April 21st. News 8's Adriana Doria spoke with Devlin's family as their search for answers continues.
Still lost.
Definitely. It's gut-wrenching, not knowing.
The search for Devlin Tait continues, and his family's cry for help.
Still worried. My thoughts and emotions still have not changed. Still thinking that there's more to this situation than what's actually being said.
Monday, May 26th was Devlin's 19th birthday. His family spent it without him as they enter day 40 after his disappearance.
I'm lost at which way to look.
Devlin's cousin and sister say that Devlin was last seen on surveillance video at Carl's Market downtown. They say he's diagnosed with cerebral palsy, autism, Tourette's, and fetal alcohol syndrome, making his disappearance even more concerning.
It's not like Devlin to go this long without communication. It's not like Devlin to...
Not even be on social media at all.
And not only that, but not to, whether it be with us or to my grandma, but to at least reach out.
In the days and weeks since his disappearance, Sabrina and Tamara have taken to the community, law enforcement, and social media for answers. They have fundraised enough money to offer a $6,000 reward for anyone who helps bring him home.
And Devlin, if you can hear this, we love you. We miss you. Just at least let us know that you're okay.
Sabrina says as the time goes by, it's been hard to move on, not knowing if Devlin is safe and okay.
So I start 2 jobs this week, and I feel like I'm doing wrong because I feel like I'm moving on with my life without him. And I feel like I'm not supposed to.
Okay, guys, and I just want to pause this so you guys could get a good look at it. This is Sabrina Host, living my best life one day at a time in Lansing, Michigan, from Lake Odessa, in a relationship with William Hartman. Right? They do have a sign. Joe. Yep. At least they have a sign, you know. I mean, they're wearing the shirt. They're checking off some of the boxes for a grieving family, right? They're making sure they're checking some of them boxes off. And again, guys, I've said that I don't know that Tamara actually knows, or if she's got guilty knowledge, or if she's helping hide some things or what, you know. But she has answered questions and things like that. She she told me I need to talk to Sabrina, and I don't think Sabrina wants to talk to me though, because I will ask her follow-up questions. I'm not going to allow for this mess that she's trying to pull with the news station, that she did pull with them, right? This little, I mean, because I'm going to say Sabrina's a highly manipulative personality. Highly manipulative personality. That little cute baby voice she does. No. No, ma'am. You're a grown woman. No, ma'am.
So now they are holding out hope for a positive outcome, hoping to see Devlin home again soon.
Keep hoping that he'll knock on the door. Let him in, or he'll come walking through the door when it's open.
All right, guys, I need to go back and pause this again. Right here, this is a look of someone who's very guilty, in my opinion, about what has been done to Devlin in the past. If you listen to what Tamara is saying, what she's saying is this time you come home, I'm about to, like, I mean, this is sad to me. This is heartbreaking right here. She says, if you're going to come back and knock on the door, I'll answer this time, because apparently he was locked out sometimes. Right? So maybe she's feeling guilty about the past. I don't know if she has guilty knowledge about what happened, but I honestly think that, thanks, Joe, I felt it right there, right? Like Tamara's feeling bad about what happened in the past, Yeah, Tina, that's my take. I mean, honestly, I've talked to the woman, so And it does break my heart, and I told her that, I wasn't afraid to tell it. I'm not afraid to be smushy mushy. That's usually my personality. I don't like to get tough, and I don't like this is the, I mean, I have fun with it because, what am I supposed to do? But I mean, it's sad. And it's not right that, if the kids are doing stuff behind her back and she doesn't even know about it. So, I mean, that could be. But I see the guilt on her face for not letting Devlin in, and I'll just leave it there.
And soon.
Keep hoping that he'll knock on the door. Let him in. Or he'll come walking through the door when it's open. We want the prayers to keep pouring in for him and the support. Everybody knew him, and the list goes on.
Yeah. And we all miss him.
It's been over a month since a Lake Odessa teenager went missing, and still no answers for the family.
Devlin Tait turned 19 Monday. His family said it was a difficult day without him. The Ionia County Sheriff's Office says that Devlin was last seen April 21st. He was seen on surveillance video at Carl's Market in Lake Odessa.
Since his disappearance, Devlin's family continues to search and fundraise to bring him home. They're offering a $6,000 reward. The Ionia County Sheriff's Office says they're following all leads they get and are concerned for Devlin's well-being. Now it's day 40 without Devlin, and they're hoping that someone comes forward with information.
It's just hard. It really is. Somebody knows something and nobody's giving anything up. And obviously somebody knew, somebody's talked to him, somebody's seen him, helped him, something.
Devlin is 6 feet tall and about 170 pounds. Anyone with information about his whereabouts is asked to contact the Sheriff's Office or Silent Observer.
Okay, guys. So this is a picture that I snapped of Sabrina, where I feel like she's being very manipulative, and that was in the very first interview that she did. So she was absolutely being manipulative, and the kind of cutesy act, like, oh, I don't know, but I was the one that called, and I was also the one that was in town, and oh, that's just not who I am. It's a reverse Proudfoot, but she's saying exactly what Proudfoot says, right? So it's highly manipulative. And I'm sorry, guys, for those of you that don't know what the reverse Proudfoot is, Chris Proudfoot is very, hardcore, whereas Sabrina's being very kind, and manipulative. Chris uses like the, bark is louder than the bite thing. And it usually works. He gets people in a tizzy over it. But it seems like Sabrina's way of manipulating is to play cute, like, oh, I would never do something like that. Not me. Well, I mean, it's hard to believe when we're hearing the dispatch call and you're the caller and they run your name and you've got a couple of, things that pop up. It kind of takes away from that. It's kind of like when we found out that Chris had open CPS reports, right, for his daughter too. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. And I do agree, Carla. I hope Deception Detective will watch this. I hope I should tag him in the video I made. Not necessarily the live stream, because I'm sure he won't want to watch the long one, but yeah, absolutely. Tina says, I don't know, Jessica, the truth will be revealed. I agree with that, Tina. It's so hard. And thank you for being here, Jessica, because I know it's not easy to listen to all of this. And, I wanted to put I'm not trying to be one-sided or biased at all. I want to put in all of the information that I get. I also did receive a court document, and I'm looking to get more court documents because I think that those are a little bit more believable in terms of, I mean, I'm not saying that the court gets it right every single time, because I'm here to tell you they don't. Same thing with CPS, same thing with the police. I mean, we're all just human beings running the world. Sabrina's in the pink shirt. Yeah, that's Sabrina right there. And as a matter of fact, I could take it down. I put, well, I did. I put another one. Excuse me. I put another one here. Uh, Let me go. I don't want to. I think it was this one. Did I put it? Oh, geez, sorry guys. There we go. I got to figure out where to put myself half the time. Tammy is very manipulative person herself. Where do you think the daughter gets it from? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. No, I totally understand, and Carla, Deception Detective is a good one. Deception Detective is a good one. Um, yeah, I know. I know. We need justice for Devlin. That's the thing because some people know way more, than they're saying. And the fact that they've tried to really push a narrative very hard. And I have some more things to share with you guys, but again, I wanted to ask everyone involved, right, about it. But there is a lot that we're going to get into in terms of how things were going throughout Devlin's life, right? Because I think it's been far too long that the Tates have pushed a certain narrative, and I don't know exactly why they are pushing that. I don't know, and I can't figure it out because it doesn't seem to be the truth. And if it is, so be it. But but the problem is that we have a missing child here, right? And to me, he's a child, and he didn't just up and vanish. So I wanted to share with you guys a map um, that I have. Hold on one second. And let me pull in because I found the Google Earth. And the Google Earth is kind of cool because it's a little bit more defined than the maps version. You cannot do like the little guy walking around in a lot of areas in this in the town. But bear with me. So this is the area where Devlin went missing from. I don't want to take a survey. Okay. And maybe I can do like that. Okay. Ooh, sorry, don't mean to make you guys dizzy. But here's where Devlin lives, right? And then we have the big, lake, Tupper Lake, right on Tupper Lake. And then we have the road here that's like Tupper Heights, because this is like Tupper Heights proper, right? I kind of like understand a little bit more about their area. That's the subdivision Tupper. And then it seems to me that, oh, hold on, sorry guys, I'm gonna take my battery. It's gonna blow up if I leave it plugged in. All right, so so he leaves out here, right, in the morning. After 7:30, we know it takes him about a half hour to get to town. So as long as, we can kind of calculate that, right, give him 5 minutes, so 35 minutes after he leaves the house. And we can kind of go back. So it sounds like he left kind of around probably right around the same time that Sabrina did, if not 5 minutes, 10 minutes after. It seems like that, right? Because what he does is he comes down, he cuts through, right? And I haven't done an exact route, but he goes right to town, and he's going to go to the Dollar General. So he makes his way over, I'm sorry, the Family Dollar, which is right here, I believe. Right. And this is like French Fry Lane over here. And so he goes to the Dollar General and he's picking up recyclables. Right. Good night, Tina. Thank you for being here, hon. And so he gets the recyclables and he goes to Carl's to turn them in. And here's Carl's, right? And then he makes a purchase on his card at 8:21 a.m. We know unequivocally that he did make that purchase at the very least. Even if he wasn't caught on camera, I don't know how he wouldn't be it with all of the cameras, especially the one coming in the door at the very least, right? But he makes the purchase, he buys himself something to eat with his money on his bridge card, and that's the last purchase he makes. And then he comes out of Carl's right after he's done everything he wanted to do in Carl's. Then he comes down to the Lego Laundry, right? And I believe it's like right here. Pretty sure it's like right here. And so he goes to the Lego Laundry, and that's where he's charging his phone. Now he was charging his phone there again because he wasn't allowed to charge the phone at the house. But it's also been said that he would go there and spend a lot of time there during the day just to kind of get out of the house, and it was part of his routine to do that. So he did. And that was nice for him. He enjoyed it. He made the best of it, let's just say. But typically he would go over there, and that is when he talks with Matt on the phone, right? Because he's trying to call Sandra, who's his adoptive mom, and he's trying to give her a call, but Matt answers her phone. And then Matt said in the chat that he spoke with Devlin for 30 minutes that day on the phone. I don't know what the conversation was. So nevertheless, he speaks with Devlin for 30 minutes. So we can actually put the last time that anybody spoke to Devlin was probably around, I'd say 8:45 or 9 o'clock. We'll just say that, depending on what time the call was. But I think Matt had said, I'm still working on building a timeline out. So bear with me on that. But that's pretty much the last time anybody has heard from Devlin until the phone pings, right? Except for we have this weird part in the dispatch that says that the last time anyone heard from Devlin was at 8:15. It doesn't say 8:15 a.m. or p.m. It just says 8:15. They last saw him at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the last time they heard from him was at 8:15, right? So was it in the morning? It could have been, because they were referring to the morning 7, referring to the morning at 8, maybe. But it very well could have been 8:15 p.m. And in that case, that could tell us what time Devlin might have still been around the area, right? I mean, that could have been them slipping up on themselves. In my opinion, it's worth looking into. And I'm trying to figure out an answer for that, so hopefully we can do that. And then Detroit Rock City had said as well earlier that because I found the clip, right, that she was talking about, because they were saying that what they were saying was that he had a curfew at 10, right? He's usually between 6 and 8, but then they changed it to 7. And so when we were listening to the dispatch, Detroit's like, hey, I thought she said 6 to 8. And I was like, oh, I don't remember. Let me look. And then, he did. So, twists and turns, what's your question? How old is Sabrina and what is her diagnosis? In my opinion, something is haywire in there. I don't know what Sabrina is diagnosed with. To my understanding, she's fine. That's why I was saying, why is she sitting in the wheelchair? That's her mom's wheelchair she was sitting in. That's what, that's her mom was sitting in the wheelchair. and being pushed around because as Jessica was saying, that her mom Tamara is paralyzed. Um, you know, so they switched it in the first interview where Sabrina was sitting in the wheelchair, and I guess they were trying to do that in order to make her seem like someone that couldn't have possibly done something, right? That's my way of thinking anyway. I mean, I'll be darned, but so that's nice of you, Detroit. That's so nice of you. Thank you for being here, Jessica. We really appreciate your input. I'm so sorry you were going through this. No mother should have to. We are here to support you for whatever it's worth. That's nice of you, Detroit. I really appreciate you, girl. And the cool thing, one good thing today, guys, is that Jessica was able to get a hold of the United Cajun Navy, and they said that they were going to help. And so I think that's amazing. Texas EquiSearch was also, she did reach out to them as well. And they do have to have Ionia County Sheriff invite them. So that stinks. I hope you're still here, twists and turns. You know how I get in the chat. I'm slow. I get to talking and then I go back to the chat. So no, nothing personal. That's sweet, Jessica. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys have questions for Jessica, please ask her. Be respectful. Don't pry or don't be really. You guys know. You guys are good people. Um, Kelly Holcomb says, "Why was he allowed to go out all day by himself with all those diagnoses? He should qualify for some kind of care or daycare program." Well, and that's the thing. I agree with that, Kelly. I do. I really do because it's weird, right? Like if they're saying, "Oh my gosh, he's got all this stuff," but why would you allow for him to be, and especially if he was being taken advantage of and you knew that? Like, in my world and where I grew up, like, you take care of your family, like, if they're in the neighborhood, you don't let them get picked on, right? Especially a little neighborhood like this, you know? It's like, that's my brother, my cousin, my, nephew, my whatever, and you don't mess with him, right? You don't do that to him because it's not okay. With me, you're gonna have to, "Why don't you pick on me?" is what I'd tell him. "Why don't you come over here and pick on me?" And if it was a guy, I'd tell him, "Why don't you go down to the local bar and pick out one of those big motherfuckers and you start messing with them and see how far you get." I've told that to Chris Proudfoot too. "Why don't you go down to the bar and pick on someone your own size," is what I would tell him. Jessica says, whose physical or mental health? Sorry guys, I might have missed something there too. Oh, that's where you said it too, Jessica. Tammy's partially paralyzed. Yeah. Devlin didn't need anyone like that and didn't have someone, some of the things they claim he did. Right, right. Yeah, and I agree with that too. Well, I thought it was bizarre too that they were going to that center, but they were really focused on like fetal alcohol syndrome. It sounded like that was more of a place where they would talk about his spectrum disorder rather than It's I don't know. If I was a doctor, I might look at that and think, "What is going on here?" You know? Oh, okay, so they were talking about Sabrina's, I gotcha. Yeah, so 15 or 16 years old, yeah, yeah. So he had a younger mentality, you know? Last time Jessica says she was around Sabrina, she was only 9 years old. Yeah. Someone was talking about Sabrina and if she had disabilities. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I mean, to me, it doesn't look like she does. That's why I was like, "Why is she sitting in the wheelchair? She looks fine." You know what I mean? Like, she looks like a normal person to me. I don't see anything wrong with Sabrina at all. I mean, not to say that there's anything wrong with anybody that has a chromosome deletion or any type of thing like that. Like, never underestimate somebody. They would have started the process before he left high school. and really should have been able to go to school until he was 21. I think all the states have those programs for the disabled. Well, yeah, because once they age out of school, then it gets tough, right? Because once they turn 18, depending on what type of assistance they need, I would just think that he would have been assigned like a caseworker, right? But the judge did deem him completely okay to be, taking care of himself. But I would think that they would help him with like some independent housing at that point or something because they're helping him with the food stamps, you know? So they're definitely helping him with that. And well, that's a good point, Carla. A 15-year-old is not an adult or old enough to make his own decisions. So why did the judge say he was? I agree with that. I agree. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Kelly says, oh, sorry, I already read that one. Yeah. Yeah, he does need to be removed from the bench. Absolutely. I mean, how many other people has he done that to? And that's the thing. It's leaving Devlin in a vulnerable position is the problem because he was getting SSI, right? And then it said that Sabrina was trying to go for guardianship over him, but then the judge said no, he doesn't need that. And then so I don't know if it was because if she would have got it, then she would have had full control over him, and then any money that he got, she could have just taken it from him. But then again, I see a money motive in that too. In terms of if she figured she couldn't get any money out of Devlin, then he was a burden, right? So I think of it like that as well. Um, he's not the only judge. Wait till Lady Freedom puts out something else I found out recently. Yeah, yeah, it, yeah, yeah. And I'm trying to kind of go in order, guys. And like I said, there was also a lot of things that were said, um, you know, in the other interviews, right? There was a lot of things that was said on Facebook. And it's difficult because there was a lot of things that were deleted off of Facebook, right? So, did anyone find out? Hey, Christmas Swan says, did anyone find out where the recliner or chair went? I don't know. The only thing I know is that Matt said that they got rid of the recliner because they bought a love seat or, like a sofa. So, hey, Blessed, good to see you. I'm your Huckleberry, hashtag Huckleberry. Um, Genetics placing the chromosome deletion. AJ has that too, and a duplicate. He has a genetics doctor. Yeah, there you go, Jess. Sorry, I was trying to think back. It wasn't for the spectrum. Yeah, you're right. It was for genetics, right? So they were looking into it, and why would they why would they mention it twice in the same paperwork? It almost seems like they were trying to get it documented. It almost seems like they were trying to get it documented. It's my opinion. AJ's chromosome disorders are why he's on the feeding tube. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, and sometimes that happens too. I mean, yeah, yeah. Well, he might have said that too, and maybe I didn't catch it either, with the dump part. Thanks, Detroit. Detroit says, I think Matt said they took it to the dump or something like that. Yeah, they did, and they got rid of it because, hey, Mama, because they were, um, gonna buy a like a love seat, like a sofa thing, a couch to put in there, and that's what they did instead. Yeah, a lot of I think so too. It's all about the money and control, GA64. That's where I'm kind of following, what would make someone try to hurt Devlin, right? I mean, that's what we got to think about at this point. I still have other options or things that could have happened. And again, thanks to Troy for sending me all that information. I haven't been able to click on everything, but I'm going to go over it definitely, because I want to do I find it to be interesting to, social groups and things like that. Um, so we might look into the MM, so to speak. Jessica says he has to go 6 months straight, taking everything by mouth, absolutely nothing through the G tube in order to get it removed. Aw, right now he's completely MPO. He doesn't even drink water. Yeah, aw, Jess, I know that's so hard. And hopefully one day he'll get there too. So he's got to go for a 6 months straight. Wow. Wow. Yeah, thanks, Jess. So, Sabrina pushed him into it days before he went missing. I'm gonna send you the screenshot later, Lady Freedom. Thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah. Okay, so you confronted Tammy about it. Yeah, there's no reason that, anybody should be pushing anybody, especially, and I know that you guys were asking how old Sabrina is. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't like tried to look into her like that or anything like that. I'm just, all I know is that she said she was Devlin's aunt, but then she said she was Devlin's cousin, and I know that she's got a little boy. I don't think, she's terribly old or terribly young, but she's too old for the cutesy act like, "Oh, I didn't do anything." No. You were the one that called it in and your story isn't adding up, sister. Carla says, speaking of the FBI, uh, sent Craddock a message. I would scream from the rooftops not to reelect because he did nothing for Sebastian and Seth. Yeah. So is he? Did I see something about him? I think there was something that I saw earlier about him going up for reelection. Is it that time already? I mean, I know he ran unopposed, so he just, basically got it just handed right over to him. But um, okay, so she's 8 years older than Devlin, so she's not terribly old herself. Yeah, so she's in her 20s. That would make her, you know, 27 or 20, yeah, 20, depending on her birthday. Oh, yeah, that's right, Jessica. We talked about that the other day too, because I was like, so yeah. So I mean, that's still almost 30. I mean, she's well old enough, in my opinion. So thanks, Chuchi 28. Yeah. So just depending on when her birthday is, I don't know. Um, But she is a grown ass lady, she's a grown ass lady. So, um, sorry, Tantra had a mess says, so I haven't been up to par on some of this. So if Sabrina moved out, is Tamara living by herself or did she move out with them too? In my opinion, sounds like Tamara shouldn't be living by herself. Tamara's to my knowledge, still living at where she's living, and she moved. Sabrina moved. In my opinion. Well, that's a good point, Detroit. Maybe the judge felt like they were trying to get control of him, and that's why he said he wasn't capable of, or excuse me, he was capable of taking care of himself. Yeah, and that could very well be. I mean, maybe the judge was able to assess the situation and decide that he could go ahead and take care of himself that way. He wouldn't have, because I mean, look, we have a lot of these cases where there's guardianship or conservatorship or whatever the case may be, but it's very tough because then that person has full control over everything, you know? And honestly, I don't, with Sabrina's history, I don't see her being a good steward of anybody or their money, right? Because she used it to bail her boyfriend out of jail, you know? So that's something that I don't think is probably the best, you know? And maybe the judge saw that. Oh, they had a re-election party, Carla. Holy cow. You know? So yeah, that's what I was, I mean, I think it's a valid thing. Um, Tamara, I'm the one that actually called Sabrina manipulative. That was all me that called her that. Yeah, so Tamara says, I'm able to live on my own. I have for many years. Yeah, so, she's good, Town Chat. Um, yes, lady has they had a re-elect party. So is there anybody running against Craddock though? I guess that's the next question. Is there anyone running against him? You know? So, because like I said, they just gave it over to him, so well, we can all be manipulative in some ways, so I wouldn't take it too personally, Tamara. But let's just, keep it about Devlin. So, if you're willing to answer questions and you guys keep it, respectful, I would appreciate you guys, asking your questions to Tamara since she's here, and I think that would be way more productive than telling each other how we really feel, um, because I understand emotions are high. Um, what's the relationship with Sabrina's boyfriend and Devlin? Was it not good? Okay, yeah. Was the relationship between Sabrina's boyfriend and Devlin not good? That's a good question. I've heard that it wasn't good. I've heard that he was threatening Devlin, like to kick his butt, and different things like that. Now, that's not to say that, you know, that did happen or it didn't happen. But that's what I've heard. Christmas Swan wants to know, is Zach and Sabrina close friends? Are they close friends? That I don't know either. And I was hesitant with Zach, but like I said, he was one of the people that had, again, I'm looking at people who have threatened Devlin, who didn't have a good relationship, who didn't have a positive word to say to him, and I mean, like I told Matt before, this is the thing. It was said that you weren't very nice to Devlin, right? Like you would tease him. You would get in a pissing match with him. He would call and you'd hang up on him, and all he wanted to do is talk with Sandra. Like I don't understand that. Um, of course. Well, Cece, why does that not surprise me? Oh, you mean Will Hartman and Devlin. See, because I heard because people were telling me that he had threatened Devlin. And like a couple of different people told me that. Um, but I also know from what Matt had said that they had moved in not terribly long before Devlin had went missing. That's what he said. He said that Devlin was living there, and then Matt and the Sabrina and the baby took over the room. I don't know if that's true, but that's just what he was saying in the chat the one night. Yeah, that's a good point though, Cece. If they lived in the same house but they didn't talk to each other. And Sabrina does not know Zach, guys. Zach Thompson. Zach Thompson is one of the kids that had, and he is a 19-year-old, so I call him a kid to me. He is one of the kids that was threatening Devlin, you know? So, oh, he just usually spent time in the bedroom. Okay. So he wasn't really interacting with everybody. Thanks to Tamara. Thank you very much, because we do want to get it right, guys, and it's a lot to take in. Zach was Sabrina's boyfriend who lived there, but they never interacted. Yeah, because he stayed in the bedroom. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And so, yeah, I mean, with that being said, and it looks like it's not a large house, so I'm sure that maybe he wanted to get, be private, have private time or something like that. That kind of makes sense to me. Um, I'll just do this Google Earth, this whole area here, guys. Because the last place that Devlin's phone pinged, and I was kind of telling you guys the story, is right here. So, and this is kind of the way that he gets back and forth to town, which is a shorter cut than, going all the way around Tupper Lake. So, because you can see there's a road that goes around Tupper Lake, but it's quicker to cut through. And so I'm working on getting that too, like a route that, because there's a lot of people out there right now that are going to be out in the woods hunting and things like that. And who knows what they could find. Out there, like a clue or anything. Devlin's phone is still missing. Like, we don't know where his phone is. His bridge card has not been used. Yeah, Will is Sabrina's boyfriend. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that Zach is the kid who threatened to kill Devlin allegedly. Yeah. He said, if I see you out. And I think that's what really stood out to Jessica, was that he said, if I see you out, then that's not going to be a good thing. I'm going to, unalive you, which, he could have just been bluffing. Tamara says Devlin was in jail when Sabrina, Will, and Julius moved in. And at that time, I didn't know if Devlin was even going to be able to come back here. Oh, I see. Thanks, Tamara, for clarifying that. So, could you tell us when he came in, like, came to live with you originally? Um, and again, if there's something you don't feel comfortable sharing, you can say that. Don't, and guys, be kind in the chat, because, Tamara doesn't owe us anything. Babe, these two males confused them. Yeah. Yeah, because you have Zach Thompson, who is the boy that was in jail with Devlin, and he said, "Hey, if I catch you on the street," kind of a thing, I'm gonna get you, and so that's Zach Thompson, and then we have Sabrina's boyfriend, who is Will Hartman. So two totally different people. We're not saying that Will Hartman, Sabrina's boyfriend, threatened to take Devlin's life, because allegedly he did not. I just heard from a couple of different sources that he was mean to Devlin and threatened to beat him up. Right. So of course I was, keeping that in the memory bank thing. Christmas Swan says, how does she know that Zach no Zach, but Zach lived with her? No. So yeah, I just explained that. Sorry, guys. Zach is not Sabrina's boyfriend. No. Zach is not Sabrina's boyfriend. I think that's a good question, CC. Yeah, because that's another thing that stands out to me, is that Devlin had court the very next day. So it's kind of a couple of, I call it landmarks, I guess, when I'm driving. But we have Easter Sunday, right? Well, we'll just go back one day. We have Saturday, where Jessica spoke to Devlin on the phone. Then we have Easter Sunday, right? And then Sandra had talked with Devlin on the phone. And Devlin went up to the church. He ate dinner, blah, blah, blah. He had Easter. Well, then the next day, he gets up and leaves and goes to town, and then that's where we lose Devlin, right? The last time he used a bank, or excuse me, his food card was at 8:21 a.m. at Carl's. So, with that being said, um, he had court the very next day. So that's what's weird too, is that, and then to my knowledge, it was said that by Matt in my chat here that his son John was the one that was going to drive Devlin, or had agreed to drive Devlin to court. So, thank you, Christmas Swan, for clarifying. Though I appreciate you guys wanting to make sure you get everything straight, because it's a lot. It really is. Yeah. Thanks, Cece. Hey, Orman. Orman says, I guess uh, if I remember, excuse me, I guess if I remember guilty, they should post their call logs from the day or send them to you so you can see them. What are the timeline? Maybe let's see what they look like for him, what time they looked for him at, right? I agree with that. And I would like to see that. And I know um, that Jessica was working on getting her phone records, because I did ask about that. I was like, "Do you remember like the call logs? Did you screenshot them?" Because I mean, I don't know how much she was really, you know, if you get a call like that, it's kind of hard, but I was wondering about that too, if anybody had their call logs to verify. So thank you so much. That's so true. And you know, that's what's important. Let's see if their timeline, or if let's see the timeline or Sabrina's timeline. Right. Right. Because that's what doesn't lie. That's why the camera footage is so important. That's why the records are so important, because people, and even if you're not lying, like I'm not saying anybody's lying, but what I'm saying is that sometimes your recall isn't as good, especially in a stressful situation. So maybe you're thinking it was 7:30, but it was really 8. But it does matter to the timeline. That's what we're trying to really pinpoint and get something solid down so we can work off of it. And I think the call logs would be the best, so that way everybody can just agree and say, yeah, that's what the records are saying, right? I mean, that's just makes it easier on everyone involved. And I'd be more than happy to share those, guys, so that way um, everybody feels comfortable. So yeah, I appreciate it too, Detroit. Detroit says, thank you, Tamara, for the correct information. We appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Devlin came to live with me last year because our mama didn't want him living on the streets, but it's cold. It was getting colder out, and I believe it was in September, but I'm not sure. Okay, so that was, not terribly not a terribly long amount of time. Thank you for clarifying that. Um, and then he was in trouble. Obviously, he got in trouble. Um, and then he was in jail for a little while. Is that correct? It would have been interesting if they did geofencing in the area where the phone was last pinged. I agree with that, Cece, and that's a thing. They were really thorough, and it looks like they did bring in a lot of resources when they were doing the initial search, like from the map, like what we saw from the map. Um, well, the call logs, I think I'll let Orman, um, answer. But I think what he's referring to is that if we were able to have the call logs from someone, like just any of you guys, right? Like, oh, this is a call to Jessica at this time. This is the call to, um, to this person at this time. It would show what times people were called, and it would help. That would help a lot, you know. But no, it wouldn't show where people were. Now, if the cops were to take people's phones and download them and do the cell bright on them, then that would show the cops where everybody was, and during that day. Like say because you were saying you were at home that day, so they would just show your phone at home, whatever job that Sabrina and her boyfriend went to, or whatever they did that day would be showing up too. If they did do that. Um, Joe, you cracked me up. He said 420 Hitler's birthday. Oh Lord. No, I'm not trying to do all that, Joe. I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about. Those guys really look like the militia guys in Michigan look like survivalists, like the gosh, what's that show I used to watch? Preppers, and they would score the people. I don't know why, but I always liked watching that. And those guys were always so serious, and they were like, "What's my score?" Then they'd be like, 10 points off because the guy was like totally reclusive, and they're like, "You need other people." And I just thought that was cool because they like to play out apocalyptic scenarios. I also like that. Uh, oh, was Devlin's adoptive mother put him out onto the streets? Or maybe did he put him out on this? Maybe you're saying why? Why was he not living with Sandra? How long had Devlin lived on the street before coming to live with Tamra? Okay. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay. So Tamara says he wasn't living on the streets for long. He went to live on Michigan Ave for a while, and he needed to get out of there, and he didn't want to leave Hastings. Oh, okay. Because he liked it there. Um, well, see that's what Matt said. Matt said because of the DV charges. He said, yeah, he did say that Detroit, I don't think he was allowed to live with the adoptive mom because of the DV charges. And I'm still wondering, what went down there? What happened? It was it a meltdown? Was he upset? Was there, like what happened there? Because Devlin, I mean, I've heard that he does sometimes have the meltdowns, or he could get um violent if he was angry, right? And he's a big guy. And you can't let him do that, even if he's got, issues or whatever reason it is. We all gotta have to control our emotions, but sometimes when people are on the spectrum, it's difficult. You know, sometimes when you're not on the spectrum, hell, I have trouble with my emotions too sometimes. I mean, we all get mad. Um, that's a good question, Christmas Swan. What are your thoughts on where Devlin could be, Tamra? And Tamara says, our mama never put Devlin out on the street. The judge ordered a restraining order against mama's house because of the DV. Okay, thank you for confirming that. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think that Sandra seemed like somebody who would put somebody out. I really didn't, especially Devlin. It sounds like she loved him very much. Um, yeah. I didn't know about the DV charge. Yeah, yeah, and we did talk about that the other night. No worries, Cece. Thank you. We did. We talked about that the other night. Because, like I said, Devlin had a couple of court dates, and he had a couple of prior things that was going on, right? Like the B&E, the money transferring, and then the DV, right? Tamara said he did have some violent tendencies. I tried to tell him that he needed anger management. Yeah, and I think too, like, I think a lot of it was probably him just growing up, and like with him being a little bit lower of a mentality, I'm thinking it might have, everything probably came to a head with him. And I don't know how much he was influenced by the Michigan militia, but I will say that if he was around a rougher group of guys, he was maybe picking up some of that stuff too. I don't know. the exact time frame of when he was living over there, but I think Matt had said it was like a couple of months, like 2 to 3 months. And so I was like, well, and I don't know if that's something that he's always displayed, and things like that. But as they get older, it is tough, right? Because you don't want them to hurt anybody um, when they're angry, you know. And that's a good question too, GA64. What could have been causing Devlin's anger issues? Yeah. And I know there's a lot. There's a lot of things, and especially getting older and asserting your authority, and maybe not understanding how to be assertive without being violent, things like that. Emotional dysregulation issues are also a characteristic or trait of people who have chromosome deletion syndrome, and also autism. So, um, the unlawful charge was due to a friend's influence, according to my understanding. Oh, the unlawful entry. Yeah, I was wondering about that too, Tamara. Thank you for clarifying that. And because do you think it could have been the kid that he was going to court with? I mean, was the other kid in trouble, or was Devlin maybe going to roll on the other kid? I'm not trying to get any kids involved. I'm just saying, could that have been something that maybe could have happened? Like they were angry, or maybe Devlin said, "Hey, I'm going to say that you did it too," or because it looked like when I was looking into some of the paperwork, it looked kind of like he had pled down to a lesser charge. Yeah, we need to get educated on the issues. Absolutely. Thanks, Laura. I appreciate that. We do. We saw Devlin get violent with both of our parents for a very long time. Okay, so it wasn't new. It wasn't something that was new. Um, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it is a wonder why, you do wonder why. Like, that's always my question, Orman, always, and GA64 as well. Always my question, like, unequivocally, if kids are acting strange or out of character, or if they're displaying anger, like as soon as they are, we need to figure out what's going on, right? Because that's when you nip it in the bud, not when they get so much older and stronger, right? Especially boys. Boys are, I mean, they can overpower people once they get to be a certain age. They get, what is it, man strength or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a man, so I don't know. But I know that, like, me and my brother used to arm wrestle when we were little. We're 2 years apart, and I wouldn't dare do it after he hit puberty because I would never beat him. I mean, we would sit there and do play against each other, but there was no match for me once he was taller and bigger than me. I mean, there's no way. So not at all, but many do. Yeah. Yeah, adoptive parents have a whole set of mental health issues that they can even being formed as infants. Well, and a good point, Cece. That's a really good point. Yeah, and I think a little bit of compassion goes a long way. You know, Tamara says no. I was told that Devlin was supposed to meet a friend in Vermontville at 7 a.m. for breakfast. Devlin walked there early. Okay, that's interesting. Vermontville. How far away is that? I could take a look. Um, well, just wondering about why he might have got violent with the dad. You know, Tamara, would you mind saying the state of your relationship with Jessica? Well, that might not be the best one, Cece. Um, behavioral issues always have an underlying problem. I agree with that, GA64. I do, because I think kids, like, they don't know how to express themselves really sometimes. So they just don't know how to. I mean, and sometimes with with boys, and I'm not trying to single boys out, but I mean, a lot of times we tell them like, don't cry, toughen up. And, sometimes they'll bottle it in. And so I always wonder about that. But then again, there can also be some very, very horrible things that's going on. And when you get to a certain age, you're like, I'm not putting up with that shit no more. And that could be alcoholism in the house. That could be drug abuse. That could be sexual abuse. That could be every kind of abuse you can think of, that once that kid gets old enough, they're not your punching bag anymore. They're not your person to use anymore. Right? And that's me being kind. Well, to be honest though, Tamara, I wouldn't like it either. I'd be really upset. And here's the thing, the reason why I'd be upset is if I was living in another completely different state, which I do live in a different state than my daughter. She's grown though. But I will say that I would be upset too if somebody said like, "Hey, well, let me rephrase it. If I got a phone call and said, "Trish, your daughter's missing," and it was my ex-husband, I'd be pissed. If it was somebody that was babysitting my daughter and responsible, I would be pissed, So like I understand the frustration. And it's not that I'm blaming anybody. It's just that you would be frustrated with whoever was last with your son, Um, and it's my understanding that there was turmoil back and forth about Devlin talking with Jessica, and I don't understand why particularly, right? And it doesn't mean that I want you to bash Jessica in the chat and you tell me why, Tamara. I'm just saying I don't understand why it's not like everybody loved Devlin, because Devlin needed everybody to love him and he had all that love to give. Like, he's a sweetheart, right? I mean, we can't deny that. Yeah, he had some issues, but I've also heard wonderful things about him. Wonderful things, like by his friends, by the people that he felt comfortable with, and I'm sure that you have a lot of good memories too to share, Tamara. But I do think it's important for us to know, some of the things that Devlin was going through in order to figure out like where he could be. It's not, and again, it's not to bash um, anyone, especially not Devlin because he's missing, especially not anybody, you know. In general, we just want to figure out what happened. Yeah, thanks, Cece. We do appreciate your input, and that's the thing. I mean, at the end of the day, we need to figure out, what's going on. And I think that there was a lot of there. Well, I think that there are a lot of people, myself included, that just think that some of the ways that Devlin was being treated wasn't very nice, and just to put it mildly. Thanks, IML. Thank you for being here. So that's the problem, that I see, because I think that if he would have gotten a little bit more help, he might not have been breaking into places, or, maybe he wouldn't be as easily influenced. And, I'm not saying that he wouldn't be, because of some of the things that he is dealing with would make him more easily influenced. But in the same way, I think that if he felt like he had a support system that he was comfortable, he wouldn't have been, out and about. I think a lot of people think that. But the fact of the matter is we can't go back. We have to just keep figuring out what could have happened here. And I would love for Sabrina to come in and talk. And even if she wanted to come up on the panel, that would be fine with me too. Or if she wanted us to talk on the phone and I could record a statement from her or something like that. I just have so many questions about why the time frame has changed and where the timeline is. Like, for instance, my biggest question right now about the timeline for Devlin is the 8:15 on the dispatch. Was he last heard from at 8:15 in the morning by Sabrina, or did she last hear from him at 8:15 at night? Because either way, it's weird that you know, there was not a specification. That's not her fault. It was on the scanner. Um, Devlin's charge, back to Devlin's charge. Devlin called his friend and told them that he was there early, and the friend told him to try and find a car to sleep in, and the cars were locked. And the friend told him to try a building, so he did. Okay, so because I gotcha, so let me start over again with that. So Tamara says one of the charges for the illegal entry was that Devlin was supposed to meet his friend in Vermontville at 7 a.m. for breakfast, but Devlin walked there early. And then when he got there, let's see, early, the friend told him to try to find a car to sleep in, and the cars were locked. And then the friend told Devlin to try the building, and he did. So that's when he broke into that building. And was it, oh gosh, what? I know they said the building before. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. Was it that barn place that he worked at? GA64 says verbal abuse or verbal triggers will cause an autistic individual to act out inappropriately because they truly have issues in emotional control. Yeah, or with emotional control. Exactly. And I think that, Devlin was dealing with a lot. So, it's just like when you have a really, really bad day, but it seems like Devlin was having a lot of really, really bad days, come his way. And that's tough, right? Because he's trying to make money, but people are making a joke out of it. That would piss me off for the whole day. I would not be happy the whole day because of that. I might be thinking about it later, getting pissed. Like, I can't believe that jerk did that to me, right? So, I mean, imagine how Devlin must have been feeling. He must have been feeling really upset. So that could be a definite reason why, GA64, because verbal abuse does stick with you, right? And you can't see it. Now, if somebody came up and punched Devlin in the face, and then he went home, and they could say, "Oh my God, someone punched you in the face. Oh my God, you poor baby. Here's a bag of peas. Put it on your eye. You got a shiner coming in, right?" But that verbal stuff, emotional, mental shit, that sticks with people and you can't see it. It just sits there and stews in your brain, and sometimes it's not healthy to stew on it. And so you learn those coping skills, but maybe Devlin didn't have those yet, you know? So Jessica needs her son found. Tamara, if Jessica didn't like or did like what she was told, bottom line is Jessica needs her son found. I agree with that, Swan. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. Jessica needs her son to be found. And Devlin needs to be found. Bottom line, that's it. There's nothing, more important. Nothing more important. So it was said on the dispatch, Tamara. They said when was the dispatch operator was relaying what Sabrina told her, and she said in the dispatch audio that Devlin was last seen at 7 a.m. in the morning, and he was last heard from at 8:15. So that's where that came from, was from the dispatch audio. That's why I was confused, because I'm like, well, is it 8:15 p.m.? Because it couldn't be, because then if you guys heard from him at 8:15 p.m., then it wouldn't have been a big deal, right? He would have been calling you guys. He wouldn't have been due back until 10 p.m. That's his curfew. So, and Matt was saying that he called Jessica at 7:30 that night. So I was like, what is going on, and Sabrina never talked to Devlin after he left the home at exactly 7:28 a.m. So that's what Tamara says. Thank you for that. She's not the one who needs him found. Well, you guys all need him found, but that's his mom, though. You guys really gotta. you just have to come together for him. You just have to. You can't keep on after her. Like, I mean, I don't see any reason whatsoever why Devlin can't be around his mom, right? I mean, he wanted to be around her. Joe says, lady, cops are going to use 24-hour timeline. Yeah, yeah, they are. They are. Yeah, and that's kind of how we knew what time was the dispatch said. Um, Thanks, Detroit. Detroit says, please keep it kind in chat. We're all trying to put this together and help the family find Devlin. Thank you. Thank you, Detroit. Thank you so much. You guys are the best mods ever. Tamara says, it did piss him off, and he would come home and take it out on us. Then he had to talk to him. Then we'd have to talk him down, but nobody abused him here. Well, that's good. I mean, and because I can understand how he would come home and and be upset, or like he'd be in a bad mood probably, like that's where we see it, on someone's face. You got to ask him what's going on, what happened today. And it just sounds like a lot of people were giving him a lot of crap, and I don't understand that, because typically people understand that you just don't mess with people who have special needs. I mean, there's nothing, yeah, it's not that complicated. Like, it's usually something that people don't want to pick on somebody littler than them, or somebody, if I'm going to get into a debate about something with somebody, I at least want somebody that's equally intelligent than me, right? I mean, because then it's more interesting. I don't want to just bury somebody with my crap. I mean, Jessica left chat because she doesn't want to fight with you. She just wants Dublin found. I agree, Christmas. I agree, Christmas Swan. I agree. Yes, ma'am. That's exactly why. And I mean, it's counterproductive. I understand the pain. I understand the problems. Like I mean, we all have our own families that we know it's difficult. It is. Hey, Kiki. I have issues with her being called his mom. I'm sorry if you have a problem with that. I get that you have that. I get that you have an issue with that. I get that, but that's it still doesn't change who she is, and I think that she deserves to have a little bit of respect for calling. I've given her resources, she's called them. She's doing everything that she can. She's only one person. Jessica also has issues herself, and that's not, we don't deny that. I mean, she's never denied it. um and I don't have to tell you. You've known her longer than me, of course. There's probably a lot of things that you could tell me, and I get that. But I do know that she's trying now, Tamara, and it'd be nice for us all to get together and just try to find him, because he's out there. There's no way he vanished. We know that for sure. Something happened. If it was an accident, if he slipped and fell somewhere, like, we still don't know that, right? Like, we don't know if he decided to go someplace and meet somebody. That's quite a walk, and I've also heard that Devlin liked to take the long walks. Like, he didn't mind if he knew that he had to get somewhere. That's what he did. Um, so yeah, Kiki, I'm sorry. Why do I have a text from you, and am I missing it? Thanks, girl. I'll look at it. You know what stinks is I can't open TikToks. I don't know why. Like, for whatever reason, you sent me a TikTok. I think Jessica sent me a TikTok of Devlin, and I couldn't open it. You sent me one about Sebastian. She sent me one about Devlin. I couldn't open either one of you guys, and I said, I can't open that. It won't let me do it. Yeah, we have to come together, guys. We have to. There's just, I mean, because it's not, it's like we're wasting our time if we don't. If we're not helping the situation, we're hurting the situation. I'm about um I'm very much about solutions. So even if I'm like arguing back and forth with somebody, I'm like, how can we find a solution, right? Because I don't ever like, I mean, shit, if I'm gonna burn a bridge, I mean, it takes a lot for me to burn a bridge. It takes a lot because I know once I put it up in flames, it's gone. You know, I've done that in my life too, and life's too short. Okay, yeah, I know. I put my notification up like really, really late today because I was working on the comparison video and it took me a little bit longer. So no, I respect that. I respect that. And I don't want you to think that I'm trying to tell you not to feel the way that you do. You know, I totally get it. You know, that's a good question, Joe. What do you think might have happened to Devlin? Yeah. Cuz I mean, you know him best, and would he walk like what I mean, my thing about would he walk off is like obviously he was wearing the cowboy boots, which you and I both said the same thing. Those would hurt. That would hurt my feet, right? If I had to walk in cowboy boots, I've walked in cowgirl boots, you know, or worn them. And really, any kind of boots are not very comfortable unless they're the flat ones. And they're broken in. I'm assuming his boots were broken in, but I think it was kind of a style thing for him. And I also heard that he got those boots, and those were from a friend of his named Sam. Um, is what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of it. You know, thanks, Kiki. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, hey, Scranton. Good to see you, lady. That happens to me. If someone sends me a TikTok, they have to send it through TikTok in order for them to in order to open them. See, and you know, I wonder if that's what it was because I had to re-download TikTok onto my phone. Hey, Holly S. Good to see you. And thank you for the screen recording, Kiki. I just got it. Agree to disagree is a lost art. GA64. I agree. It's called productive conversation to resolve this case and find Devlin. Yeah, I know. I know. It used to be like people would be okay with stuff like that. Nowadays it's like, you know, and I did do the same thing, you know, in the beginning, and I shouldn't have blocked Tamara. So, you know, I'm glad that you're here, Tamara. I appreciate you being here. You know, because I kind of was quick draw McGraw in the beginning, and you know, I shouldn't have been, but I also just know that you know him best. I mean, you know Devlin, you know where he would go, you know what he would do, you know how much money he had, if anything. Um, you know, and I think that you have a pretty good understanding of who he was hanging out with. You know, those are all important details. I know people, even nurses, who wear boots all day and it's comfortable for them. I would be in agony. Same here, Scranton. It's the same here. I would be like, you know, no way. Um, I would have to have comfortable shoes. I'd have to wear like the what do they have, the like what did I wear in nursing? I can't believe I don't remember that. What I used to wear the nursing shoes, I think they were called, or whatever, back in the day. But they were like I had to wear those. I couldn't wear, there'd be no way, you know. Yeah, we are all passionate and here to find the missing children. Yeah, and that's the thing, and you know that's why it's just important to be able to draw out a timeline, right? It's important to understand the person that has gone missing, right? Because at this point, I don't think law enforcement, I mean, they haven't come out with an update. They said they don't have an update. But then again, I also, you know, want to say that it's it's just one of those things where he could have ran away because maybe he was afraid for court, or he could have ran away because there was a lot of issues and maybe he just decided. But then again, I don't know why he wouldn't have used his bridge card, right? That the no activity on the bridge card, you know, the phone last pinging at 11, them not finding it, that's really strange to me. Crocs are very comfortable, Kiki. Yes, that is right up my alley. Yeah, because they're so comfortable. Um, uh, Earth shoes? No, not Earth shoes. They were New Balance, I think I got. Was it the New Balance? It was something, but they were comfortable. I mean, not the first day, obviously, but um, yeah, yeah, exactly. The cowgirl boots are cute. They are really cute. Um, Crocs kill your feet too, Scranton. Oh, yeah. Now it's Brooks for me at work. Yeah, I think I used to wear the K Swiss a lot too. Um, so yep. Yep, because it is a lot on your feet when you're on your feet a lot. And that's the thing too. I wonder how if he would have trouble getting through like the woods if there was a bit of a, heel on his boot. Yeah, I need to get a pair of Hey Dudes. I was thinking about getting a pair of Hey Dudes before for Pig Fest because I don't have tennis shoes. I live in Florida. Like I done got rid of all that stuff. I was like, I mean, I'm sure I do have a pair of sneakers in my storage, um, but yeah, the Crocs are very comfortable. They're very, very comfortable. Um, but yeah, guys, getting back to the timeline, that's where I think it's really important to establish what everybody has said, right? So like Matt said that he had called Jessica at around 7:30 that night. The police were not called until 10:30. Sabrina said that she was getting worried about him. One clip between 6 and 8, the other one at about 7 o'clock. You know, Hey Dudes are super cute. I love shoes. I'm a shoe fanatic. You guys will pull me right into it if I let you. If I let you guys pull me into the shoe conversation. Skechers is another one too, Town Chat. Yep. Yep. That's another one. I have a good pair of Skechers as well, but like I said, they're probably in the storage because I know my those are one pair that I didn't wear out yet. Um, but when I was a kid, as soon as school was out, I was barefoot all the time. That's me. That's me. I don't wear shoes. I don't know what to, if I'm going out in public and trying to be proper, I guess I got to go get some shoes. So, oh, he did have tennis shoes, but he chose to wear the boots. Yeah, yeah, that's cute. Yeah, thanks, Tamara, for saying that because, I was wondering that too. And you and I said the same thing. I heard you say that on Crime Time Buzz that, if you had to walk around in the cowboy boots, your feet would hurt. And I thought the same damn thing when I um, heard him. He went in cowboy boots, but he'd walk around town. I'm like, oh man. But thank you for clarifying that. And yeah, I heard they were a gift. The cowboy boots were. So yeah. Kiki. Wearing 90 pairs of shoes. That sounds like me. It's like, well, I need all the different types. I need sandals. I need this. I need that. Oh Lord. That's too funny. Yep, Floridians don't wear shoes. We don't, right? I love it, but that's my jam because it's like I don't even like, I'm not really a socks and shoes kind of person, so it's great. Um, Scranton says 10 to 20. I'm starting a travel job for 13 weeks. Oh, 10, 20. Oh, cool, Scranton. That's fun. In Tulsa. Wow, that's about, oh, wow, 1,000 more beds. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're about to get your steps on, girl. Ugg boots are comfy. Those are comfortable. They really are. I have those. I have some slippers that are like that, but see, I can't wear them out. Kiki, yes, mine was made a little Crocs, but or not. Could be on the cement floors for hours. Well, and the thing is too is like those Hey Dudes, they're all over. There's stores for them all over the place. Town Chat Cafe says, Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, can you please refresh my memory, please? So does a cell phone ping, did LE or someone call it at 11 p.m. or did they just get it to ping? That's a good question. So they called it at around 10:30. Actually, I take that back. I think that whenever on the dispatch here, I'll play it really quick because I know it's short. But I know that on the dispatch, they said, "Will you call Devlin's phone?" And it was going straight to voicemail, but that would have put it around the 11 p.m. If, Sabrina calls in at 10:32, and then they go out to the parapros, and then they're walking around, and then he says on the radio, he says, hey, can you check? Can you come here to around the back of the trailer park? Because I think I might have found him. And then he calls back and says, can you try to check and call Devlin's phone? So it could have been around 11, right? But the gal said it was going straight to voicemail on the dispatch. Oh, I gotcha. Tamara says it pinged and they figured it died there or his service ended. Okay, thank you. Oh, I see. Because he had like the burner phone from Family Dollar. Tamara says, as far as my feelings about Devlin, I don't believe that he ran away. This is a kid who called mama every day. Yeah, I know, Tamara, that's the thing. Multiple times a day and every night at bedtime. Aw. She hadn't heard from him since Easter. Damn. And do you know, and I know Matt told us, but do you know what time Devlin tried to call Sandra or your mama? Man, I feel so bad for her. I'm sending her a hug. I really am. Kiki's wondering if you think he might have been taken by somebody. Because remember that post about the cars? Is that why you're thinking that, Kiki? And just to reiterate, guys, that the description of the car was either blue or black car that pulled up, and two males. GA64 says, I used to tease my daughter before she got married. She was going to need a U-Haul for all of her shoes. That's funny, GA64. It's like, scoot your closet over. And Scranton says, I agree with you. Tamara, I agree with you. I'm afraid something happened to him. If he ran, he would be using his food card, in my opinion. Yeah, that bugs me too, Scranton. Definitely. Well, that's a good question too, Christmas Swan. Is someone hiding him out to keep him away from Jessica? He was going to see Jessica, then just poof disappeared. Yeah. Well, and I can see why I mean, that makes sense, like putting it together. Yeah. I mean, could someone be hiding him? That's true. And I'm not saying Tamara's hiding, I'm just saying, could somebody be hiding him or oh gosh. And Town Chat Cafe says, so it has to be called for it to ping on the tower, correct? No, no, that's not correct. No, no, it doesn't have to be called to be pinged. But I thought that was a good question because of the time frame, that we're talking about. And Tamara says no one's hiding him out. Well, to your knowledge, Tamara, yeah, no, I wasn't saying you were doing it or like insinuating, but yeah. Hey, Ann Reynolds, good to see you, hon. Thanks for being here. Oh, that's a good question, Kiki. Did anybody walk with him ever, Tamara? Tamara says it was about 9 a.m. Thank you. I need to write that down just to make sure that I get. Like I said, I'm trying to build it out. And that makes sense, right? Because if he, whoops, hit my mic. That makes sense because if he left Carl's or he was at Carl's around 8:21, and then he would have went over to Laco and started charging his phone, and then he would have been calling Matt about that time. And Matt said he stayed on the phone with him till about, well, he said he stayed on the phone with him for about 30 minutes is what he told us. So that makes sense. Okay, so like 10 o'clock. I wonder how long he stayed at, and do you know, Tamara, like why there wasn't any footage of him at Laco Laundry? Is the updating the camera true, or is that just something that people kind of were talking in town about? Because I know some people were talking in town and we were getting a lot of people's opinions rather than like trying to get to the bottom of the time frame. So some people were like, well, that this, because even at one point I think it was said that his phone was found but it wasn't. So just as an example. And that's a good question too. GA64, was Devlin scared about court? That's a good question. Yeah, I pray he's found too. I pray he's found too, Christmas one. Good question, a sedan or an SUV. And I don't know if they specified that, and that's the tough part because that's hearsay, like Tamara was saying, somebody told, somebody had said that, you know. Tamara says, I wondered the same thing. I wish the person who saw that would come forward. Yeah, I bet. I bet that has to be so nerve-wracking to know. So that person will not come forward, but they said it like on a Facebook post. People are very ballsy on the Facebook posts, not so much about coming forward when it really counts. We've seen that in Sebastian Rogers' case, or they'll share pertinent information on a Facebook, group or something. And it's like, oh, well, who's going to see that, unless they're a part of the group. That's a good question. Detroit says, was Zach questioned by police? If he's, is he even from the town? And Tamara, has any of the family talked to the ones in the trailer park to try to see who saw that? Yeah, that would be a good idea. I know it'd be hard to, gosh, there's quite a few. I don't know exactly how many, but I mean, it's not a very large, extremely large park, but it is a pretty good size one. I mean, I just see all of this area where he would have been caught on some sort of a ring camera, something. Aw, thanks for being here, Callie. Joe, it's Crocs aren't for everyone. If he was picked up in front of the trailer park, are there any cameras? That's a good question. Tamara says Devlin wasn't afraid of court. He was actually looking forward to it. He was hoping that the judge would let him go back to Mama's. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I could see that. I could see that. And he might have felt bad about what happened, I could see that. Thank you for sharing that. That really puts things into perspective a lot. They were updating their system so the camera was down. Shit. Sorry. Damn it. I think that would be good, Kiki, to do a panel. Yeah, I'd be more than willing to do a panel, absolutely. Um, is Ellie in close contact with y'all? That's a good question. Yeah, because sometimes we hear that they're not, in cases, and I honestly, because I know people were saying like, "What's going on? What is Ionia County doing?" And I feel that way too. Obviously, I'm not, I mean, I won't be happy till he's found. I'm sure everybody feels that way, but in the same way, I don't want to bash the guys that are trying to help. So I'm very hesitant. It seems like they did a lot and documented a lot of things very well. I wish they would kind of give us an update or what they're thinking, or any, maybe, share maybe a clue that they found or something. Um, you know. Oh, Miss Anne. Why is your ribs? You had to wrap your ribs last night, I thought. Girl, what's going on? You might have to go over to the doctor and tell him what's going on with my ribs. Tamara says we couldn't get anyone to come forward with any cam footage or anything. Really? That is so bizarre to me. I mean, not like what you're saying, I'm not trying to say, but like, I can't believe there wasn't so much, someone saying, "Oh, hey, I looked through, my Ring camera and, Devlin was walking up past, up to Lake O Laundry," or, "Hey, like the Sunoco has all kinds of cameras, all kinds of cameras." So it's unfortunate, you know? Aw, poor Miss Anne. Yeah, it is so odd to me. It's so odd. Christmas Swan says ring cameras are such a hip thing for people. Can't believe it. Nobody has one. Yeah, I'm on one. Well, and if they're not willing to come forward with the camera footage or if they're not willing to look, that's what's tough too. You have to get them willing to go back and look over the footage, and I mean, that can be pretty daunting. In the same way, if there's a kid missing, I mean, gosh, you would just think to yourself, if that was my kid, I want somebody looking. I want somebody to check. So you go back, my conscience would eat at me. I'd be like, "Oh, I better check it even if I don't want to or I don't have time." Um, you know. Yeah, yeah, we can coordinate it. Yeah, if Tamara wants to come up and talk, she's more than welcome. Yeah, we can coordinate it, Kiki. It is odd, Carla. I just don't know why there isn't more, you know? Aw, you're all bruised, Anne. Oh, you gotta go to the doctor and see what's going on, hon. Tonchat says, so just to confirm, was it said that the dogs followed his scent down into the woods uh, to Tupper Creek up to Bonanza? If so, can Ellie go back and do a fine tooth comb search and check for sinkholes and any abandoned buildings or water wells? Is that something you can ask them to do again, Tamara? Yeah, because I mean, it looked like they thoroughly searched all the area except for maybe the lake. It doesn't look like they searched in the lake on the maps that I saw, but there could have been more. Um, Good night, Carla. Thanks so much for being here. Good night, good night. And Tamara says, people think Ellie aren't doing anything. I can tell you they spent a week in Portland, Michigan on a false lead, and they were even led to Canada, but nothing has panned out. Oh, really? Oh, man. That's frustrating. Thank you for letting us know too, Tamara, because, I mean, it's important for people to know that the police are doing everything, because they do, and I don't want them getting a bad rap if they are. Yeah, I'd be door knocking. Christmas one, I would be too. Yeah, I'd be door knocking. I know, Kiki, you would. I know. But Tamara says, I assure you that law enforcement is going through Devlin's phone records and social media accounts. That's a big one. That was a big one. When you guys were talking with Mr. and Mrs. E too, I noticed that, that was a big deal. And honestly, I think that could yield some results in finding out, who Devlin talked to last. Because it's my understanding, like you said, with him calling your mama and stuff, like he called her at certain times, but then he would also call her sporadically through the day. And I've heard that from other people, about their phone calls from Devlin. Like, he might call me at this time and this time, but then sometimes he'd randomly call me and things like that. So yeah, I appreciate that. Because I know that there was you had told me about the girls that he was talking to on Instagram. Then we had Threads, right? And then someone had sent me a post from Devlin um about hitting him up on Threads, so to speak, right? I'm not directly quoting him, but he's kind of telling people, hey, hit me up on Threads. And that's a good question, GA64. Did the Parapro have any video footage on her camera? Yeah, that is good. SAR said many people have searched Tupper Creek. Okay, thank you. I was wondering about that because that's about where the dogs scent hit, I thought. Tupper Creek and Bonanza is where Canine Quinn hit. So, and I have a friend of mine who's in the military who has dogs, and she's a dog handler, and she was looking at the SAR maps for me and helping me kind of figure them out. So, oh yeah, I know, Anne. It's a pain in the butt to go to the ER, but if you're not feeling good, that's a good question because it looked like it was just around the edges. And the creek is different than the lake, right? Because we have Tupper Lake, which is where um, Tamara and them live off of, and then it goes down. It's got a little tributary, I guess I call it, and all the way to the big lake, Big Jordan Lake. I mean, look at all the water. I mean, there's tons of water in the area, right? And that's Little Tupper River. I mean, but we know, or excuse me, Little Thorn Apple River right here. So, and this just looks like retention ponds, I think, but still lots of water around, water and farm land, right? But it's like a cute little, um, like a lake town, like you might go to on a vacation, right? Like a lot of people, because you got buddies on the beach over here. This is kind of over by where Devlin liked to hang out too, buddies on the beach. And I know this version doesn't give, this is a satellite, but here's the maps version. So I can't really get you guys a full view, but that's about the whole area, that Devlin was hanging in. That's the trailer park here. So, and he was walking from about here is where he lives over there, or he did at that time. Was Devlin still hanging out with the unsavory characters still? That's a good question. Thank you, Tamara. Tamara says they searched the perimeters of the lakes, but nothing indicated that he was in the water. Thank you. Dang. And he really wasn't a swimmer. He didn't really like to swim except for maybe like in the pool and stuff, I heard. Hello, all I need is Jesus coffee and true crime. Good to see you. Aw. You're so funny. That's sweet of you. Thank you. Aw. Well, thank you, my beautiful friend. I'm glad you're here. Tamara says no, she didn't. I want to make sure I'm getting the right question there. Okay, so I think you're answering back to GA64. So did the Parapro have any video footage on the Ring camera? And Tamara says no, she didn't. So that's interesting. Thank you for letting us know that, because I mean that's important. I'm still baffled by that. I'm not trying to, just keep talking about that over and over, but geez. Scranton says I'm a Bible believing Christian, so I would never concede, but they say that the people chipping would practically end missing kids people because they could be tracked. Oh, I know. I'm not going to get chipped. And oh gosh, heaven forbid my daughter. No, I don't want that. No, 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 no. I know. But it's like people are sending their kids to school with air tags on them and stuff because I mean, I probably would do that. Who am I kidding? What am I saying? Probably. I would do that. I would do that. Tamara says you were talking about Will on the maps the other night. That was a SAR guy named Will. Thank you. Thanks, Tamara. It was like on there a lot. And I'm like, okay, either this guy searched a lot, because like independently, um, people can search and then they can download that app and then they can like it'll track where they search so people will know that that was already searched or whatnot. So thank you. So that's what we were seeing was people's names of searchers. Thank you. I felt coming up on the step. You did fall. Oh no, Miss Anne. Oh hun, you need to go get that checked out then. Do you think the ER will be busy right now since it's so late? Oh my goodness. Am I doing a robot voice? Oh, I know when you know what I think it happens, Scranton, is whenever I'm on the map. It does that. I think. I think that's when it does. Yeah. Kiki says, Tamara, I feel in my opinion, they need to search the water all the way. In this case, something happened. Or just in case something happened. I agree with that. And I don't know why they wouldn't have I mean, obviously, if they didn't have any indication that he was in the water, so maybe maybe they searched the perimeter using the scent dogs and they didn't smell his scent around the, I said river, I meant Tupper Lake. Um, So maybe it was that. Let me switch over to this because I think that's when it does it to me is there we go. Um, but yeah, maybe they didn't catch a scent all the way around and everything. And if they searched the creek area, right? Um, maybe that's why they didn't go in. And Tamara says we don't know who Devlin hung out with. Darn, and that's hard to. I mean, that's hard to know, especially at his age. You know. I read Revelations. I'm not getting nothing like that same. I think that's where my mind comes from too, guys, is when you read the Bible and you're like, "Oh, that's actually coming true somehow. That's kind of scary." No chipping for me, says GA64. Oh Lord. That's funny. We'll have to do a poll sometime on the channel. Would you get chipped? Would you chip yourself just so you wouldn't get lost? Tamara says, uh, SAR did come out here on the 4th of July and search Tupper Lake on the water. Thank you, because I know that you had said that that you had been in the hospital too, like around that time, and then they had come over and searched your house and outside as well too. So, and is it true that Sabrina and Will had gone out on a odd job that day? Is that true, or is that kind of something that that people were speculating on? Because I was wondering that too, and I just want to make sure I get the time frame right. Um, heard that that's all. Heard that's all they're going. Yeah, the scent around. Yeah, the scent around. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking, Kiki. I wouldn't depend on that. The Bible says who endure till the end. Ah, yeah, that's true. That is very true. Tamara says they got his scent by Tupper Creek, which crossed under Bonanza Road, or which crosses under Bonanza Road. Um, so let me look here because I know Bonanza isn't Bonanza like up here. And then this is where it crosses Tupper. See, and I wonder. No, I don't want to save the project. See, this is Lake Odessa Village Municipal Well, and do they have any cameras over there? I mean, it's kind of far off the road, but I'm guessing it's like right over here. And didn't you say that he's sometimes would take Bonanza? Because he could cut through here, right? Yeah, so that would have been. I just want to make sure I got Bonanza right up here, and that's where I thought Canine Quinn was. Oh, thank you so much, Tamara. So they went they went to work for a lady in Sunfield that day. So they were not in town, but they were they were out and about, but not in town. Thank you. Yeah, I'd air tag the kids for sure. For sure, for sure. Yes, I've noticed that about your voice glitching when you open the maps. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like whenever I go into the maps, and that's annoying because I don't know why it does that. It doesn't do that when I do YouTube. Typically, it doesn't, I don't think. Um, yeah, yeah. If we stand for Christ, we will endure a lot. That's right. Um, Same here, Scranton. That's funny. I didn't want to say it like that, but that is hilarious. I didn't sleep for weeks, and I was the kid that read Stephen King, and nothing was scarier than Revelations, still to this day. Tamara says, yes, just beyond the creek to the east is the two track that comes back around to our house. Thank you. Because, yeah, that's why I was asking. Thank you so much. So there's a track that comes through. So he might have taken out up this way or up this way. But I know that it said that he really liked to take the same ways. Kiki says Scranton Revelations is something, and I did a whole play where you walk through church and write plays. Kiki says Tamara, what? Sorry, blah, I can't read. Tamara, was his scent picked up at the trailer park? That's a really good question. I thought it was. I was questioning too, like in the dispatch when he says, like, I think I might have found him, but then they didn't. So I was wondering why they thought maybe they saw somebody that kind of looked like it could have been Devlin or something. But I thought that was interesting too because they were like, "Oh yeah, I think we might have found him. Could you call his phone?" No, they circled the Parapros trailer, but kept going. Okay, yeah, I remember something being said like that. So okay, so they circled around the Parapros trailer and she lives up off Acacia. Um, and this is the trailer park here, guys, just so you know. Hopefully, it's not giving me a robot voice, but here's this the trailer park. Keisha's over kind of up here, I believe. Sorry, there are probably more. Oh, Sandwich, good to see you, hon. Now, I don't think that Devlin had an appointment, but that's a good question, actually, though. Did he have any appointments or any jobs, to your knowledge, Tamara, like that he was planning on going to, or something like that? And also, was it just like, would he let you guys know, say, like, he might say something like, hey Tam, I'm gonna go to this job, like he calls you on the phone and he's like, hey, just so you know, I'm going to go do a job over here. Something like that. I was curious about that too. And good to see you, Sandwich. Thanks for being here. Oh no, Detroit. Okay. The only two places that I'm aware of is Carl's and by Tupper Creek. Okay. Thank you. You guys always knew where his appointments were. Okay, great. Yeah, and that's a good thing because I'm sure like that's scary that that people were doing that to him. I mean, that's something that's really concerning to me. Because it shows the level of, cruelty that they're willing to go. Because I was thinking that too. What if he I mean, would he have taken a ride from a stranger in order to get to these jobs, or was it something that he would walk to? Because it seems like he walked a lot. Oh, thank you. Oh, good. Yes. So his court date was at 9 a.m. Sandwich. Thank you. No, no worries. So yeah. So it was said that he had court at 9 a.m. that morning, the next morning, which would have been the 22nd. Hey, Holly S. I know. I can't believe those. They're just jerks. I mean, that do that. It's like I said, why don't they go to the bar and pick out somebody as big as them for a change? Bunch of little sissies. Uh, Kiki says, thanks, Tamara. So we definitely can get receipts on that. Like, can we get camera footage from Carl's as the family? That's a good question. I don't know why they wouldn't show everybody at least, like this is Devlin. At, I mean, I don't know what it would do, but I guess it would make people feel better, a little bit to know that they see him out, right? Like, okay, he definitely was there. Because I just can't believe there was no other footage. That just blows my mind. Hello, Dawn Emery. Thank you for being here. Tamara says, as for the jobs, he was so excited he would let us know where he was going and what he would be doing. Oh, that's sweet. That is really sweet, and that's cool. I mean, he was excited about taking care of himself, and that's a really good thing, especially for kids, because sometimes you have to make them go to work and stuff, and you know, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know. No, Tamara's being very nice by answering everybody's questions. I really appreciate her doing that. So, yeah. No, I hope you don't feel like we're drilling you, Tamara. Just let us know too. If there's something you don't want to answer, please don't think that we'll get mad or anything like that. It's just some things you know, are tough to answer. Yeah, maybe maybe the a ride could have picked him up. I'm wondering about that too. If maybe he would have called, somebody or, if anybody would have picked him up. But if he looked reluctant to go into the one car, I'm a little bit nervous about that too, or I think about it. And Tamara says, no, Kiki, they only showed it to LE. Yeah, that's what we heard too. See, dang. That's I don't understand why they wouldn't. And like you said too, Kiki, they did show Seth. They did show him, right? So, aw, I know, Miss Ann. Thank you, Tamara. Can Tamara clarify or explain something that was said, something about the same time someone allegedly saw someone fitting Devlin's description in a situation? Yeah, well, that's what she's talking about, town chat. Yeah, that's exactly what she's talking about. Is uh, that there was allegedly a couple of guys that pulled up in that car, and it was a black or blue car, and it seemed that Devlin was hesitant to get into the car, but the lady that had said that on the post will not come forward. And so when Tamara tried to tell the Ionia County Sheriff about it, he told her that it was hearsay. Because it is hearsay, but when you're a family member of a loved one and you're trying to find them, you want every avenue looked at, and that's what's hard, that it is tough. Um, yeah. So his brother Matt's son John was supposed to have picked Devlin up from Tamara's house um, in Lake Odessa and bring him to court. Can the family ask to see the footage for proof of life? That's a good question. Yeah, because what if somebody else used his card? But then again, if the police know that, I'm sure they would do something. You know what I mean? Like if they thought that maybe his card was used by somebody else. Um, because yeah, I would want to know. So, you know, the police pulled in at the same time as the car was leaving out. I never heard that one. See that now that one that I have not heard. See, this is the post, or this is one of the posts that Tamara had posted, I believe. Let me make sure I'm seeing it right before I put it up. Yeah, this is Tamara's post. So this is the post. I'll reread it to you guys. And she says, this is September 18th, 2025, right? And Tamara says, Devlin Tait is as usual. He's been missing for 143 days today, almost 21 weeks. Someone out there knows something. I wish they would just speak up. I pray that God will help them get a conscience soon. When Devlin first went missing, someone had said they saw someone matching his description, hesitant about getting into a vehicle with two guys. If you know this person or are this person, please contact me. It's really heartbreaking not knowing what happened to a loved one when they've gone missing. I think that's the hardest part. If you saw Devlin that day, if you spoke to Devlin that day, please reach out to me because I have so many questions and not enough answers. So, and Tamara, please correct me if I'm wrong. So, like with this, I'm seeing that you want them to come forward in order for them to talk to the police and say what they saw, because if they tell a Facebook group or if they tell you, it's hearsay. But if they was to go directly to the Ionia County Sheriff's Office and say, you know, um, to the lead detective, I think his name's Hesse, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but hey, Detective Hesse, I actually think I did see Devlin getting into the car, hesitantly with these guys, or reluctantly. Um, something to that effect. So in that regard, that's where it would be, hearsay. So, and Sandwich says, what's always bothered me? Who knows how much he would have spent on his EBT, because you have to know the number and he had the card. You can't know it. It's not like a bank account. Well, I suppose there is an app where you can because Tamara said that, well, she told me that there is a way of looking on his card to see how much, and she has access to the card to, see how much he has. So, because I see what you're saying, like, how would they know? Right. But yeah, because it's my knowledge he got 300 a month, and he was up to about using he had a little over 200, we'll say that. So, good night, Kiki. Thanks for being here. Kiki says, I've got to go to bed, Tamara. We look forward to listening to your side. And if any other family would like to come up individually so we can deep dive, thank you. Yeah. And I think that's a good idea. Like in order, like everybody's separate, right? Because like nobody needs to be discredited or whatever in the chat. We just want to get the story out. So, one at a time would probably be the best, right? So that way they don't feel bombarded and here's the thing that I really want to avoid, and I know you do too, Kiki. I mean, we talked about it. Like, we do not want this to be like a shit show, right? We don't want to get this family up here and watch them tear each other apart. That's the last thing we want to do. Would we get like 150 people in here? Oh hell yeah. I'm sure there'd be enough people to just run in here and watch the, crap unfold. That's not what I want, at all. I would never want somebody to do that to my family. So I wouldn't do it. No. Uh-uh. And it is everybody's hurting. So it's not, a good time to do that. And it's not productive, right? Because all it's going to do is back and forth and, that sort of thing. And I can't do a paternity test for nobody. I can't, you know, um, I'm not like a talk show, but I do think it's important for us to talk with each other about this and try to figure it out. And so I just appreciate the family being open and we don't always see that. Yes, sandwich. I'm Maury. I'm not Maury. I'll be Connie Chung instead of Maury. I think they were married at some point, those two. Lord help us. Oh, I just remember Jenny Jones and all of them. What is it, Ricky Lake? Oh boy, we don't want that. We don't. And really, at the end of the day, we got this great guy. His name is Devlin. We can't find him. He's a good kid. He has his issues. We all get in trouble when we're young. Hell, it's better to get in trouble when you're young and get it out of the way, right? And learn the lesson. Like I'm sure he didn't want to be in and out of court. Sounds like he felt bad what was going on. Um, Thank you for coming back, Tamara. Thank you. But yeah, we were just kind of going over your post here. So, do I need to be Jerry Springer? Kiki. Oh my goodness. Now he was wild. I never seen nothing like Jerry. Oh, he was wild, you know. Yeah, he does. He sounds like he's very routinely. Yeah, he was too. So, aw, thank you. Thanks for being here, Andrea. I appreciate you. Yeah. Good night, Kiki. Jerry, Jerry. Now I'm gonna call you Jerry. Um, yeah, here's Andrea. Oh my gosh. I remember that was one of the shows my mom's like, I don't know if you guys should be watching that. And we're sitting over there like, oh my gosh, Mom, he's from Chicago. It's like Oprah. Yeah, not quite. Um, But no, all kidding aside, I mean, you know, if somebody did in fact come up, um, and pick Devlin up, I mean, I'm just wondering if he would feel comfortable to get into a vehicle with somebody he just met online, because he does seem like he's very friendly, you know? So, yeah, go ahead and send it to me, Town Chat. If you could just send it to my text. But yeah, just send it to my text if you find it. I know that there was also someone had a sighting of Devlin. I think it was around 2:30 p.m. and he was petting a dog. Is that correct too? I know that that was kind of out there. And again, I don't know if that's a verified source or someone that was, because that is another thing, and we talked about it, too. It sucks because like a lot of times, well, I'll just say the majority of the majority of times, Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I just lost my train of thought there. I was reading this other comment here. Give me just 1 second. I apologize. Okay. So yeah, a lot of times people are gonna feel more comfortable saying things on like a Facebook post or whatever, but then also sometimes people just want to insert themselves into the case. And we've seen that a lot of times with the high profile cases. But it doesn't have to be a high profile case for that to happen, to where somebody wants to, put their own opinion out there and then, you know, say it's, true. Or some people might think, really, really think they saw Devlin and they didn't, so it's tough. Um, but I always recommend going to law enforcement if you really think, that something was off, right? Or that you saw something, or that you have information. It's important to get it over to law enforcement. Well, that's a good point. Sandwich says, "Why would you leave the house knowing, you had a ride coming at 9 AM for probation, and did the ride ever show up looking for him?" Oh, so he had a court date the day after he went missing, and scheduled for 9 AM, and then he had a ride set up with John, to take him. Yeah, he disappeared the day before he was supposed to go to court. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and and I don't know what his probation officer thinks of all of this. I mean, I'm glad that they're treating him like a missing person and not someone who skipped court, because that could be very dangerous for him. And, honestly, I just don't know that he would have just left. I don't think he did. And the more I talk to people that he knows, the more that I get that, from them as well. Like, he's just very, very much about his routine, very much loves his family, very much has his own, way of doing things, and he doesn't like to change that. And so if it does get changed, it's stressful for him. And that's the thing about people on the spectrum, is that they don't do well with things that don't go, according to plan or what they're used to. So, um, that's it. It's just kind of, everybody's different on the spectrum. It is a spectrum, obviously, so that means it's a variety, a wide range. And but certain characteristics are there, right? Like the routines, and um some kids don't like to get dirty at all. Some kids don't want to take a shower, right? It's very difficult to get them to do that. They'd rather bathe, or some, things like that. Everybody's unique. We all have our things. We just all have our things. Yeah, so Matt's son was gonna drive him. Yeah, allegedly, according to Matt. Um, was there someone who did not want Devlin talking in court? And that, I think that's interesting too, GA64, because we did have a chatter in the other night, and she was talking about that. Was there something that could have transpired, right, at court, that someone else didn't want to transpire at court? And so they were trying to kind of silence Devlin or make sure he didn't talk, something like that. Um, Town Chat says it's around 5 p.m. in the trailer park. That person was hesitant to get in the car. And then as they took off, the police came in, which, in my opinion, makes me think it could be a separate incident if the police were coming in at the same time. So, can you get a hold of the police activity calls from that day? Do you have a way to research that? Um, so you're saying that, because you gotta send me a screenshot of it, Because see that's what's difficult is that if we don't have the proof, I can't put it up for everybody to see. But it sounds like you're referring to the same incident that Tamara's referring to that I have up on the screen. She's worried about him too, his PO is. Aw. Yeah, I don't blame you. I can understand why you wouldn't talk to her, since all of this. Sure. Yeah, so she's not thinking he skipped. She's worried. Yeah, I don't think he skipped because I heard that I heard the same thing as you, not so much that he was happy to, get it over with and stuff, and he really wanted to go back, but back to your mom's, but also, um, yeah, I I just I think he wanted to get it. I don't think he wanted it looming over him, It seemed to me, I feel better when I get stuff taken care of rather than it's looming over me, like so I feel like maybe that would have heightened his anxiety and it would have been a relief to get, to walk out of court, and have everything whatever. He has to pay restitution. He's got to do community service, whatever it is, but at least it was taken care of and, he was moving to the right track. Because I'm sure he wanted to get back on track. Um, oh, that's a good question, Sam. That's a good question. Yeah, I'm looking for it. Thank you, thank you. It's just so hard because, um, I mean, and I guess the police could look back on people's accounts. Like, say somebody said, I just thought of that too. Like, if somebody posted it, like on Facebook, for instance, and it's gonna show the person, like, even if you have a separate Facebook account that's, like, for your business and stuff like I do, um, I mean, it's the police would probably be able to trace it back. I don't see how they couldn't. They would just trace who I am, even though it's Lady Freedom or whatever, and, they would trace it back to my account, my other account too. He didn't say much before he left, but that's usual for him. Yeah, because if he's used to kinda going out during the day and stuff, or excuse me, if he's used to leaving out in the morning, then I can see him, kind of quietly leaving and, didn't say too much. Um, Matt said that he was in a good mood whenever he called over, to speak with your mom, so yeah, it was one of the Devlin groups. Yeah, just take a screenshot of it, like find it on your phone and then click the button to screenshot it. Mine you have to click both buttons on each side for it to take a picture of whatever, I'm seeing on my phone. Um Oh, bonds, that's right. Yeah, Tamara says it wasn't Sabrina who had several PR bonds. Sabrina has never been in trouble with the law. See, and that's what's weird is that it said the caller on the dispatch. Hmm. Yeah, they said they had to run the caller's name, but maybe that was from a different call. But I tried to only pull in the information from Devlin's call. Right, or like, excuse me, Sabrina's call, I should say, because she's the one that called. Hmm. I'll have to listen back and make sure. Well, yeah, she said it said the caller had. He said we just ran the caller, and she has two PR. Sorry, pair bonds. That's what it was. Pair bonds, I think. Tamara, that's right. That was not cool for the recording to merge that. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And in terms of the day of, I mean, I could go to Broadcastify and try to see if I could find anything about police activity at the trailer park, but my issue is where the hell was Devlin all day long? Where the hell did he go? Like he obviously would have been seen all around town. And why did he go to the trailer park, you know? That's weird to me. Who did he know at the trailer park besides the parapro? I mean, there's a pedo that lives over there. There sure is. And I know his name. Um, you know, that's a good question, Andrea. I did hear that he was stressed, like, too. They did have a domestic going as well. Yeah, they did. They did have a domestic going as well, Tamara, you're right. Because I did remember hearing that. Yeah, and if I got that wrong, I'll double check it. I'll make sure. Um, People did see him, but he wasn't on camera. Did they but none of them came forward to tell the police? He is a healthy size. He is. He is. Um, he looked like he got down a little bit. Cause like I'm trying to think of one of his most recent pictures. If I have one in here, I might have to go to videos. But it looks like he was kind of slimming down. And that might happen too as you get older, as he was getting older and he was walking a lot too. So I mean that helps to slim down as well. Let's see. Hmm. Mm. All right, Tantra, I might have to look at this. It's really hard to tell because it's a picture of like uh, okay, hold on. Oh, I see. If I zoom in a little bit, hold on, I might be able to get it pretty clear. See, because if you take a picture with your phone, hold on a second. Okay, I think I got a pretty good screenshot of it. All right, just bear with me, guys. Don't be alarmed if you see my evil twin. I'm just adding this. Okay. Alrighty, so here we go. I will pull this up. Just bear with me here. Okay, so this is from the Facebook group, and Jamie Lynn and Charlene Moreland are talking. I want to know why this info is just now coming out. I mean, who's telling this info? And Charlene says, Charlene says, I don't know, but I've not heard anything about two guys in a vehicle, not even by family. And then some anonymous person says, ditto, I followed from day one. Personally, no Devlin. Have talked to many people, and this is the first I'm hearing of this. Ann Brunswick says, I have such an anxious feeling about this whole situation. So many things feel so sketchy to me. And then uh, honestly says, I don't even maybe know what to say, what I think, or have thought from the beginning. But what I do know is what goes around comes around, and that the truth will prevail. Prevail itself. Yeah, see, these are so hard to read. Um, really hard to read. Let me take this down. And yes, it will. Brittany Smith says someone else said he was being put into a car forcefully and the car left the park as the cops pulled in. I don't know. I haven't heard any more about it neither. But see, this is the thing, Town Chat, and this is the problem that I have. Like, for one, Brittany Smith saying that, did she go to law enforcement? Like, did anybody ever say, Brittany Smith, did you tell this to law enforcement? Because if she said someone else said, so that's like double hearsay. So that's Brittany saying it that someone else said, and then she, to me, that is not evidence of anything or proof of anything, Like, that's why it's so confusing, right? No, I don't. I don't know anything about Zach, says Tamara. So, yeah, he lost weight by walking. He looked really good. I'm not saying he was like, emaciated or not anything like that. I think he looked nice. When you're walking and stuff, you're healthier. About 125, or excuse me, about 145. Yeah. Yeah. People did see him, but he wasn't on camera. Thanks. I wanted to make sure I got that. Honestly, I honestly believe that I wouldn't know. I know if people are lying to me. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that I don't understand at all. Yeah, absolutely. I give a lot of respect for being here, Sandwich. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, but yeah, the thing is with this, and it doesn't say 5 o'clock. So where did you get 5 o'clock from, hon? See, I don't know. This is why we gotta keep it copacetic, or um, because because you said that something happened at 5 o'clock, but that lady just said someone said that. So this, it's like telephone. It's like I tell it, like, say I tell you one thing and then you tell Faye and then Faye tells Tamara and then Tamara tells Detroit, on and on and on. It's going to get a little muddled. It's going to be not exactly what I first said or what you first said, so that's what's hard, so I don't know how we could follow that lead or think it's like a, how do I say it? Like a viable lead. How can we think that's a viable lead if we don't have the whole deal? You know what I mean? Like the whole story. And then also, it's not saying I saw, like if the post said like this, if the post said, I saw Devlin getting forcefully taken into a vehicle, because here's my thing too. If I saw somebody getting forcefully taken into a vehicle, I'd be fucking snapping a picture of their license plate number quick, fast, and in a hurry if I wasn't on the phone with the police officers. I mean, if I saw a young man, and Devlin's a big guy, I'm not saying he's not. I mean, 145 is still big and he's tall. And I saw them forcefully doing that. Why is she putting it on a Facebook? His first thing I would say was, she's looking for attention. This lady doesn't know what she's talking about. She just wants to comment in the comments, right? And I'm not saying she didn't hear that or somebody didn't see that. I'm just saying that's the way I look at a piece of information. If I see it, I'm like, it just depends, on the if they say I saw ABC, because then I would say to that person, I would say, well, did you call the police, or did you snap a license plate, or did you get a vehicle description, or whatever. Yeah, consider the source, right, Sandwich? That's the thing. And I know it's easy to get muddled in all of it, especially the groups. Because people they do feel more comfortable in the groups to share. Yeah, thanks, Tamara. Yeah, and I feel bad too, like, because I'm sure you guys deal with a lot of that and try to untangle everything, and people send you something, and you get hopeful, but then it's like, yeah, I mean, and please, guys, if you guys know something, go to the police. I mean, if you go to Broadcastify, I mean, I don't have time, Town Chat. I wish I did, because I got the trip coming up and stuff. Um, and I still need to get some more info out about Sebastian. But if you go to Broadcastify and you search for the day before, like the date, put the date in, Ionia County Sheriff's scanner. And it's like all of them. It says the fire, it says all of them. Emergency management too. Um, EMS rather, sorry. Um, you can check and see if there's any activity that day. I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Um, Thanks, Tamara. Yeah, absolutely. Tamara says I will try to get a hold of Chief Backing and see if he can, or if she can find out for me. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, because we don't want it to get. We just want to figure out what could have happened, and if somebody put him into a car, by God, we need to figure out who did that and who has him. Because that to me is a couple of sightings, which again, like the game of telephone, it could have gotten to where, like, yeah, okay, he was seen, hesitantly getting in, but this person saying he was like really being forced to get in. So it could, maybe it's the same story and it just got exaggerated over time too. That could be a possibility. You know, yeah, yeah. If you could, I mean, because that's where it comes from. Is the scanners are Broadcastify. You know, yeah. We need to get some urgency on the case. We do. And thanks, Town Chat. I appreciate you. I just, I want to make sure that, because I really want to, I really, really want to know if anybody is an eyewitness. Like, that would be the best person, even though eyewitnesses aren't always correct. But, or maybe somebody thought they saw Devlin, but they didn't. No, Faye, he's not stupid. No, Devlin is not stupid. If he didn't know very close to two men in the car, he wouldn't get in. I don't think he would either. And two men, like, why would he want to get in the car with two guys unless they were like taking him to a job? That's the only thing I can think of, is if they were like, hey, we're going to pick you up for a job, you know? Yeah, Broadcastify. Yep. Yep. And then you just go on there and you could listen to the scanners and see if, anything could have picked up that day, on, what was going on at the trailer park. Um, I think the one that was pulled in was probably, I think, a couple, like an hour and a half or something like that, or maybe it was in a half-hour increment. Well, yeah, there's a lot of trolls, Tammy. Yeah, there's a lot of trolls. I've dealt with so many trolls, or which I call trolls, and it's frustrating, irritating. I get pissed off. I get an attitude. I understand that. Yeah, I'd be pissed off too. I get an attitude too, because you don't need bullshit right now. You need answers. You need people to come forward who actually saw something with their own two eyes at this point, especially if that's what the police are requiring, which I understand why they do. And I would hope that anybody that saw Devlin that day would just come forward and say, "Hey, I saw him on Fourth Ave. I saw him, over here at Bob's Barn. Say, I saw him up at the fairgrounds. I saw him down at the beach, at Buddy's." Because it's my understanding that he didn't even make it over to Penny's, right? So, like, sometimes he'd go over by Penny's because they'd have extra pizza from the buffet and he'd eat off the, extra pizza. Well, if he didn't make it over there, it's like, dang, if that's his routine, that's what really bugs me too, Tamara, a lot, because like he likes to do A, B, and C, right? He wants to do it just like that. And if he didn't get to do that, I just don't know why he would deviate from his routine, especially on a day where he's like probably trying to keep his nerves down, right? He's trying to keep his anxiety level down. You would think that he would definitely stick to his routine that day of all days. He would stick to that routine that day. Yeah. Yeah, Tamara, please. And that's why it's really nice for you to be here too, because hopefully we can give you some ideas and some resources in order to, just help out, or maybe there's something you haven't thought of because you're so stressed out. Um, yeah, thanks, Town Chat. So they might have come from help find Devlin. Yeah, I'm a part of that group too. I just haven't gone on there and looked. Um, I heard that he was hesitant to get in, not forced in, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And, I wish somebody would just say whether they saw it for sure. Because goodness sakes, it's been 5 months and now, if all we have is like a blue or black vehicle, gosh, that's just going to be like a needle in a haystack almost. It didn't specify what kind of vehicle, Faye, unfortunately. I understand that too. People are gonna do it. They're gonna speculate. They are. Yeah, and I know. Yeah, I know. It's the YouTube verse. It's pretty rough on these streets. I heard it was a dark blue or black vehicle. Yeah, that's what you had told me. I remember you saying that in the email. And I did read that part off last night, so that way everybody kind of knew somewhat of a description. But it's just kinda like, I know people like to mind their own business, but it's like, see something, say something, like, if you see a kid get hesitant to get in a vehicle with somebody, snap a picture really quick, it doesn't hurt, just in case something comes up, especially in a small area like that, because it'd be easier to find them real quick that way. Um Andrea says, "I wonder what color vehicle Zach has." That's a good question. I mean, what color does that match the description of anybody's vehicles that we might think could be involved? That's a really good question. You know? Yeah, he would eat the after lunch buffet. Yeah. That's why I was thinking, like, if that was part of his routine, and I don't know if he had certain days that he did certain things, like, say, he would go down to Penny's on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Because, like, again, you know, people that are on the spectrum, and I call him a kid because he is to me. But like, they really like that routine, and they have certain times, and certain, they're very rigid, and so they're not like kind of fly by the seat of your pants kind of thing, like, oh, maybe I'll go down to Penny's today, maybe not. It's like, no, it's Tuesday is Penny's day. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, it is on. um no, not much of a description at all, and I'm sorry. I know that sucks. That really, really sucks. Yeah, and I just don't know. And I mean, even if he went over by, oh boy. Yeah, because like, say say he's over by like a laundry, right? And then like, I think Penny's is up the street over here somewhere without the other map. And I know it makes me sound like a robot if I switch over. Um, I could put Penny's Pizza in, I bet. Let me see. I just put the starting out point. Oh, here's Penny's 5-star pizza. All right, let's see where he is. Oh, see, that's not far from Laco. That's right. So I was a little higher on the map. So, Laco's here about, right? Because I always remember it because of these. And then he would have went, say he went off the street, say he crossed over, however he went, he would have been, at Penny's that day. And here's some pictures. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you guys can see it. Looks like good pizza. But yeah, that's where he would go. And then it looks like they had the buffet. It's a cute little restaurant. Really cute. Looks like cheese sticks. Macaroni. So, did they have cameras outside at Penny's? No, it doesn't look like they have cameras outside of Penny's that I can see. That looks like recessed lighting. That pizza looks good. Okay, yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like they're camered up or anything. Oh, there's the buffet. Aw, cute little ones. Okay, so they had like Italian dishes. They had all kinds of stuff. Burritos. Aw, that's cute. All right, so there was 20 pictures. I want to go back up to this one really quick just to make sure. It just doesn't look like they had cameras at Penny's. It really doesn't. I mean, before we could see, every place it did. There's their little buffet set up. Looks like bathrooms. Um, yeah, darn. Yeah, so if that was part of his routine, I just don't know. I'm thinking, he would have made it over there and it's right by where he was. So why wouldn't he but even so he's charging at so he talks to Matt about 9:30, they get off the phone and then what happens, Because that's where we're kind of stumped off because after that, who has talked to him? Who else, that's what makes me wonder about his phone activity, and his call logs, did he call a friend of his? Did anybody call him on one of the job postings that he put up? Faye says, from what point that allegedly vehicle picked up Devlin in front of the trailer park, allegedly. So, Town Chat says, I found the post where Sabrina said a woman messaged and said she's seen the guy, wasn't sure if it was Devlin or not, that looked hesitant on getting into a vehicle. She said it was around 5, but I'm trying to find the post. Yeah. We need to find the post. The issue with Devlin and Zach, to my knowledge, is because of Zach's girlfriend. Oh, okay. Why would see? I don't understand the girls. I mean, maybe you might. I don't know. I'd smack my boyfriend if he was making fun of someone like Devlin. I really would. I'd kick his ass. So I can't lie. That there's nothing that pisses me off more than someone, teasing a kid like Devlin. You just don't do it. Help him out. Be a friend to him. Say hi to him. Is it going to kill you? Muddy Waters search and recovery team might help. Yes, Detroit. I sent that over to Jessica too. And I'll send it over to you too, Tamra. You guys really need to, reach out because the families do need to call. Yeah, the families do need to call and request help. Yes, thank you, Detroit. I did. I forwarded that to Jessica, but I will also forward it to Tamra too. I think that's a great idea. You know, the more calls that they get, the better. Andrea, I'd kick his ass. I'm over here on a true crime channel. I would get violent. No, that's terrible. But I mean, I would. Like, smack him. Like, act right, jerk. Um, yes, I will. I will. I sure will, Choochie. That's what I thought too, that someone tricked him. Yeah, Shadow, that's what I was thinking, saying he had a job because they were doing that to him. And, hey, we'll give you a ride. Like, say, and this is a hypothetical, but like, say, Devlin had posted his phone number and then somebody had called him and said, hey, I got a job for you and I'm going to pay you, $500 for today or something like that. And say it was a big amount of money, or maybe just even $200 would be enough for Devlin. I'm not sure. But say that they said that and Devlin says, well, I can't walk there in time. And they're like, well, that's all right. We'll come pick you up. Right. And maybe that was the hesitancy that somebody saw, because when they pulled up, maybe Devlin got a bad feeling and maybe his intuition kicked in, but he still got in the vehicle. I mean, I cannot rule that out at all, because that's a very likely scenario. So yeah, Shadow, absolutely, that somebody could have tricked him and saying there was a job and grabbed him. Now, who would want to do that to him? Sometimes people are rotten and mean for no reason. They don't have to have a reason, even though we always look for motive. um his girlfriend Marie and his friend had him on Life 360. Marie said the last time she got him was at 928 at the sewer plant road behind Marco's. Oh, really? Devlin was on their Life 360? Or you're talking about, I'm sorry, you're probably saying, I probably missed something. My bad. Most places I told either don't have cameras or they are inside. Yeah, and I noticed that too. At Penny's, they didn't have any outside right there, which is surprising. But um, so oh, then there is a possibility of Eddie Mansfield. Okay, Eddie Mansfield. I have not looked into him, but I've heard that name. And that's one of the guys that was picking on Devlin too. I would think the police, that's true, Faye. I would think the police would find that. Um Chuchi, thank you. Yeah, Chuchi says, Tamara, thank you for taking the time and giving us information that will help us find Devlin. I know it's a lot of questions and that we're asking you, but every answer is very I'm sorry, but every answer, every question helps, and that is so true. Yeah, and I just appreciate you being here a lot, because we do need to figure out what's going on. Eddie Mansfield is somebody that, is someone I will look into. So she tracks her boyfriend. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, wait a minute, why are they tracking Devlin? Hold on. But yeah, so his girlfriend Marie tracks him, meaning I just had a loss there. Um, Zach. Marie tracked Zach on the Life 360, and he was not there. Oh, he's the other one that could be a possible father. I gotcha. Okay. Oh, okay. So, what would did Devlin have contact with him? I wonder. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats, good to see you. Sorry I'm coming in late. Has LE said anything about his phone? Last ping beside Life 360, mine can be off by miles yeah, exactly, at a time. I agree. Life 360 can also be altered, and I didn't know that until Kiki did a whole live stream on it and how it can be altered. And I was like, I'll be darned. So oh, she did track Devlin on Life 360, Tamara. Wow. Why was she tracking him on Life 360 to intimidate him? Because that, yeah. I mean, we've all been wondering about Zach because, but now even more. Yeah. Why was Marie doing that? Tracking him on the phone. I don't get it. And because they wanted to tell him, well, we know where you are. We're going to come kick your butt. Yeah, I'm wondering that too. Did Devlin have any, you know, anything to do with Eddie? Oh, okay. Eddie Mansfield. He lives in Michigan too. Yeah. And Tamara says, we don't know. Eddie was said to have been plotting with Jessica to kidnap Devlin when he was younger. Oh, really? Trying to kidnap him. Well, he doesn't sound like a very smart guy. I mean, good luck. I mean, although here we are talking about this, but I mean, but see, if he was going to do that, he would have done it when he was little, right? Not when he's a big guy. I mean, would he have called Eddie to be like, I mean, would he have called Eddie to say, "Hey, I need a ride to my mom's"? Like that's another thing too that I was worried about. But Jessica told me that she made it clear to Devlin that he was not to come try to stay with her until he got all of his court figured out. And I thought that he was, you know, of the understanding that he wasn't going to, that she wouldn't allow him to come unless he was off paper, basically. Um, so, oh, Eddie lives in Grand Rapids. Okay. But that's not terribly far, right? Oh, Anne says they said something about Devlin on there already. Carlos Divers did. So try getting a hold of them because they said something about coming. Yeah, I will. That's the one that I sent over to Jessica. I'll double check that. And I couldn't remember what you called it, Anne. I'm sorry. Carlos Divers. Is that the same as Angel Divers? Because I also sent that from Holly S. Um But they mentioned Devlin. That's awesome of them. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Faye says, "Where is it?" Yeah, thank you, Tamara. And Faye says, "Where's the area behind Marco's?" Area behind Marco's. Oops. Let me look. Marco's Pizza. See, this is right around the area of the Family Dollar too. Because here's Marco's Pizza, but I think it's in the same area too. Let me make sure and double check, but I'm almost positive. Other than that, I might have showed you guys the wrong place earlier. Goodness sakes. Family Dollar. Yeah, because it's like right over here by that. Okay, so it's the same plaza. Yeah, it's the same little plaza then. And this was the Dollar General that he was at that morning, right? We think. Um, and now I don't know if he went inside because he liked to go get the recyclables. Oh, they have all their Halloween junk out. Um, that's an odd picture. Skeletons. Hmm. But yeah, it doesn't have much pictures of the outside. Let me see about this one if we could zoom in. It looks like they got maybe a camera here. And maybe this is a camera and this one might be a camera. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, Chaos Divers too. Okay. Oh, Angel Divers is okay. That's oh gosh, look at me, horrible. I'm like Carlos Juan. Thank you. I hope they don't hear that and think I'm dissing them. Angel Divers, because I did send her Angel Divers to Juan Herrera. Thank you. Or Herrera. And then we have Carlos Divers. Okay, great. I'll make sure that I resend those over too, and I'll get them to Tamara too. That way, because the more people that call, the better. I mean, for family. Um, uh, Town Chat just came back in the chat and catching up. So, what date was this on? And was this 9/28? I don't know what you're talking about, honey. I don't know. I said 9:30 because I was just adding because Tamara said that Matt talked to Devlin around 9 a.m. and then Matt said he talked to him for about 30 minutes, so I just added to 9:30. But that's just allegedly, from the time frame. We're just kind of building it out, but that's not. It won't be precise. Unless we had like camera of him, at plugging his phone in and stuff. Thank you. Yeah, French Fry Road, right? That's why I can remember that one. It's the road that goes by Jordan Lake Road to McDonald's. Thanks, Tamara. Yes, the Family Dollars and Marco Pizza. 9:28 a.m. the day. Oh, that okay. I gotcha. The day that he went missing. Tracked him over there. Great. So that was the last time that he. Thank you. I'm sorry, I got thrown off by that because I said 9:30, but I forgot that you had mentioned that too about Marie tracking. So Tamara said his girlfriend Marie and his girlfriend Marie and his friend had him on Life 360. Marie said that the last time she got him was 9:28 at Sewer Plant Road behind Marco's. So that would have been right over by where we were at. Oh, no, I don't want that. So right over here, kind of in this general area. Because I mean, it's pretty good, but not always completely spot on. Thanks, Town Chat. Sorry, I just put that two and two together there. I was like, I don't know about that. I'm not that precise, but yeah, we do if we if we got them at the Family Dollar. So now we got them at 9:28 a.m. And then I wonder, so that was his last known location per se, was right there. Yeah, that's really important. Hmm. Hmm. I just don't think he would have made it over there in time. That's so strange. And they turned all that into law enforcement, I'd imagine. So they probably talked to Zach then. That's a good question too, Faye. Is that the route that Devlin would take past from Jordan Lake Road? Yeah. Thank you, Shadow. I'll write it down. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Heredia. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too bad. Yeah, he would charge his phone, eat pizza at the pizza place, and then what? Yeah, I know. Then what, huh? Yeah, French Fry Lane. Okay, so French Fry Lane at 9:28. Oh, Carlos and Doug work together. Cool. Thanks, Anne. So how close is that to the laundromat? Um, did he get a ride to the laundromat? Well, that's what I was thinking too, to see like if he was talking with Matt, he didn't charge his phone long at the laundromat. That's what's, I mean, maybe that's why it lost power so quick, because the laundromat is over here, right? And he would have, gone this way, or maybe he would have cut across, but it still would have taken him a little bit of time to get over there. I wonder if he was walking when he was talking to Matt at all, you know? Don't know much about Eddie at all. Just a few blocks away. Okay, thank you. He did find baby Dane in Oregon. Yeah, that's true, Shadow. I forgot all about that. Yeah. Yeah, they would do it. They would do it if a family would request, if the family requests to come. Okay, I will absolutely do that. Um, Thank you so much, Miss Ann. And I have sent it over. But I know, like I said, I know Jessica got a hold of Texas EquiSearch, excuse me, Texas EquiSearch, and who are the other guys? United Cajun Navy. How can I forget? But yeah, they said that they were on board, so I'm really excited. Good night, Chuchi. I know I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you. Coffee Crime and Cat says, "Is the phone service spotty anywhere around town?" Great question. And I know that there's a cell tower, according to what Matt said. So I haven't had a chance to look at a map of cell towers. I was kind of hoping to get a better idea of that. And I'll try to figure that out too. Um, in terms of, like, because obviously, like, we have a cell tower, right? Say we have a cell tower smack in the middle of town, just put it, just to make it easier. And it might pick up a radius, right? But then the pings, depending on where they ping on the tower, is how they tell the location of where said cell phone is, right? And so it's a little complicated. I mean, it's a lot complicated, but um, when we're looking at cell towers and how the data is pulled in, it basically pulls it in from whatever, to the nearest tower, and then wherever it pings off of, specifically is where they can kind of pinpoint the location, if that makes sense. And we can get into that too. That would be an interesting conversation to have. I know we've talked about geofencing here before too. So yeah, you did. Well, I appreciate that too. So Tamara says, I got a hold of Texas EquiSearch, and they said they couldn't come without being requested in by Detective Heshy. Would he? What would it? Well, I guess this is my question, because I was gonna call. I was gonna try to get a hold of Detective Heshy and see if, I couldn't ask him, nicely, and just say, what would it take for you guys to allow for that, or to invite Texas EquiSearch in? You know, because I'm sure they have their reasons why they don't want to, or what have you. There might be a reason. Like, maybe they think maybe they have information and they're working it. So I don't want to step on their toes or anything like that. But um, yeah, that's the thing about those guys, right? And they don't need the police. That they don't. They won't. They don't have to ask permission, or I don't know if they I don't know how they do it, but they do it, right? We'll just say that. Yeah, yeah. The Carlos divers don't need the police's permission to come, you know. Well, and especially if it's public lakes, like if the lakes are all publicly owned or whatever, they're not privately owned, then I don't see why they couldn't, or I don't see why they wouldn't, so hopefully we can get you guys some resources and some more searchers. The last ping was at 11 p.m. Faye. Last phone ping by the trailer park, so that would have put Devlin's phone because I can't even say that with Devlin. It's just his phone was over there, over here, somewhere like around in this vicinity. So they will get the permission themselves. I get it. So they call they call and get permission. I see. That's very cool. I need to start watching those guys more. I don't have time to watch anybody these days. Okay. Coffee Crime and Cat says I'm right outside of Greater Cleveland, and we still have pockets with crappy, if any, reception. Yeah, I think that's a lot of places. Like a lot of different places are like that too. Just depending. And then some of the stuff 5G is like, like I kind of liked having like whatever it was 3G, 4G because 5G seems to poop out sometimes. Um, Well, guys, I've kept you on here for about 4 hours now, but I'm so grateful to have Tamara here, and I appreciate you, Tamara. I know it was bumpy at the beginning, and I'm really praying for you guys to get together and work together. I know it's tough. I know there's a lot. Um, it's a bad situation all around. We just need to find Devlin. We got to figure out where he could have gone, who could have maybe taken him someplace, who could have lured him maybe. There's just still a lot of things on the table right now, that I can't even think to rule out. Um, I mean, just because there's not enough information to rule it out or say yeah, yay or nay to it. But I appreciate that extra information because yeah, we did not know, or I didn't, about the 9:30 Life 360. So that's really helpful because that kind of gives us a better timeline. So I very much appreciate it. I'm gonna double check too on that scanner, and make sure that I didn't pull in another call from someone else. Um, but thank you guys so much for all being here with us and listening about Devlin. And we're gonna keep on trying to find him, trying to find the truth of what happened, retrace his steps, try to figure out what could have gone awry. Something stopped him from doing the routine that he's used to doing. That's where I'm at right now. Is that something stopped him, something or someone stopped him from doing his routine that day. So, um, it's pretty flat. It's pretty flat up north like that. Coffee, crime, and cats. It is. It's pretty flat. For the most part. I mean, there's a little bit of hills here and there, but nothing like, say like Arkansas, Missouri. So Life 360 at 9:28, and the phone last pinged at 11ish. How about this? I know. It's a long time frame, right? You know, so it's a long time frame. It really is. So, and I mean, something had to have happened, right? Because he would have went and got lunch. He would have used his bridge card to get lunch, or he would have headed over by Penny's, and at least they know him, over there, and they would have said, "Yeah, we saw Devlin. He came in for lunch, like like he normally does." Um, so I want to figure out a lot more about his regular routine, like if there were certain days that he did things, or if it was something that he tried to fit into every day. Like when was the day that he liked to go to Bob's? When was the day that he liked to go to Buddy's? That sort of thing. I think could be pretty helpful. Yeah, Broadcastify is really cool, Town Chat. I just, it's a lot of listening to the scanner. It is. It's a lot. Um, I don't think it was in his hands when Faye says maybe the phone wasn't in Devlin's hand when it pinged. I don't think so. It sounds like somebody ditched or it sounds like somebody had it ping over there, and who knows, they could have thrown it in the lake or something. I don't know. um And that's another thing too we were talking about last night is, what about a hard shut off? Like, did somebody physically shut the phone off? And that's what um the police might be able to figure out, is if the phone was actually shut off, right, by someone, or if it powered down on its own. So, you know, but all right, guys. Well, thank you all so much for being here. Again, Tamara, thank you. And, the invitation is open if Sabrina wants to come on and talk, or if she would like to come in and chat. I understand she's got a little one, and I know that my shows are late at night. But I do also do shows during the day. So if you want to coordinate a time, I'd be happy to fire a live up anytime and just make it happen, because we just need to get to the bottom of it. I don't want people to look strange at Sabrina if she had nothing to do with it, nor do I want to look strange at Sabrina if she had nothing to do with it, because I don't think it's fair. And obviously the police have looked into Sabrina, right? They had to have. They had to have. If we're hearing on the scanner that when people call in, to report people or to even report a domestic violence, right? If that's what the call was attached to, um, they're doing their due diligence right off the bat. It goes to show, right there. Um, Yes, I will. I'll email it to you, Detroit. Can you post the missing poster, or email it to me? Yeah, I will. And now it's not going to have his exact routes on there, but I have the one that I did with it, going around the lake. But I do. I have the Ionia County Sheriff's Office on there, and I will send it to you. Send it to your email, Detroit. So, um, and again, guys, thank you so much for all of your questions. Thank you for being understanding, and thank you for not perpetuating a whole lot of the drama, because there's enough. It's traumatic enough. There's enough drama, right? Um, Tamara says, I can assure you that Sabrina had nothing to do with Devlin's disappearance. Yeah. And I mean, I just want to rule everybody out. And, that's including Zach and the girlfriend. I mean, that's strange. And then also we really need people to come forward if they saw Devlin. I mean, we just really do, you know? So we just really do. I will do that though, Detroit. I certainly will. And I will see you guys all tomorrow. I might do, probably, since we got off later today, it'll probably be a later show. Um, It'll probably just be a little bit of a later show. And yes, Coffee Crime and Cats, thank you so much. Says thank you, Tamara host, and praying for your family, prayers for your family. And I'm praying with you, Coffee Crime and Cats. Guys, that's one thing that we could all do together, is just, say a prayer for Devlin, say a prayer for the family, because they're hurting right now, guys. It's a parent. Okay, there was Zach's buddy Austin included in that. Yeah, see, these kids too, I mean, they can be hateful to each other, and we just don't know. We just don't know. We have to keep digging. We're gonna have to keep digging and figure this out. All right, guys. Well, you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow.